Yo, what up? Back on here today. Gonna hop on here and try to finish off this app. Made a lot of progress. Took the day off yesterday from streaming to just focus in on what I needed to do. I basically finalized my notifications as my last kind of major feature I needed to kind of figure out, and I had to do a lot of different edge cases and scoping because there's a lot of different roles and who has access to what and all that. So that took me a good minute yesterday to figure out, but I think I got it nailed down pretty good. And then I was able to also add a couple other features with some settings and role permissions for your workspace. So that's pretty much it. Like my app is pretty much feature complete as an MVP version for sure. Now it's just kind of getting down to the visuals, basically the update, the styling, and a couple tweaks that I need to do here and there. And then I know most of today I'm probably doing like some mobile styling and make sure it looks good on most screens. So other than that, like man, like the hard stuff, the core features, the things that kept me grinding away over the last week, I finally got those done and knocked off the checklist. So pretty close to finally launching this on my server so I can get some testing done before I fully launch the kind of production version of this app, which I will also need to do, obviously, the design and branding and some SEO tweaks and additions to, make it a full featured, not just app, but website and potential brand slash business. So let's just hop into here. So like I said, I've been mostly finished off my notifications. I had my agent last night go through my entire kind of code base and wire up a full test suite that basically tests all of my server functionality. So on the back end, I am pretty well guarded in terms of test and whatnot. I still eventually will set up obviously like some front end testing. I think with Playwright and some other things, but for this MVP, I'm not going to do that. And then also for this MVP, I'm not going to set up a full admin kind of dashboard slash backend, which I might do as a kind of subdomain on my site in the future. So I got to figure that out exactly how I want to do that. But I'll still be able to control things just directly from my database, which I don't typically love doing, but I think for this testing phase, it's good to go. So yeah, so let's just kind of get in here. Let's start my container up, and then first of all, let's clear this. Start my server, and then let's see exactly what I need to do because I don't know every little bit of design elements I need to fix, but I'm gonna go through this today and just knock all of those out. I kind of designed along the way, so I shouldn't need to do too much, but I definitely know I need to make some adjustments in terms of the actual styling of things. So, all right. Obviously, this is gonna all go away. Make a kind of homepage that again that's gonna also gonna tie into my SEO. But as you can see, if you look here, notifications have been fully wired up. I figured out the designs and the styling, how I want them to look. I got full filtering going on with messages or tasks or notes, project related notifications, and also workspace related notifications. So those are the additional kind of notifications, things that I set up to handle project completion and revisions. And when somebody starts or cancels a project, it comes in this kind of notification filtering. And then also workspace as well. I set up basic things like when you invite members or when they leave, so you can get those notifications and stay up to date with what is happening. So like I said, so notifications are all set up. I have also added some additional settings for role permissions to set the minimum role required for key workspace actions. So for projects, for example, who can create projects, edit the details, complete or cancel, who can create, edit, delete, or cancel tasks, and who can complete tasks or request revisions. Basically, I gave owners of workspaces that might have multiple people working within that workspace, you can allow basically or not allow access to do those things because maybe you don't want to give full access to everything. You can kind of control it. Like default is going to be a project lead. So if you basically assign a lead to a project like you typically would in a workspace or whatever, like, hey, this is at a work, yeah, at a workspace or whatever, where you say like, hey, you got a lead on this project, you basically control it from top to bottom, basically. Especially if you have a big team, if you assign them as project lead and you give them the permissions, then they can basically control the project from start to finish. They can create the task, basically control the task, which is going to be the main aspect of the project, and they can also complete or cancel. You can kind of make your choice in what happens, whatnot. You can change it to admin, or you can open up to everybody. But by default, for most of the project actions, except for creating, which is default to admin, is going to be project lead. But you can also come in here and kind of tweak those permissions to your liking. So I think that was a pretty cool addition. Just something that's also kind of future proofing, because I don't know exactly how people are going to be using this. I don't know if it's going to be strictly a one person kind of workspace, or if they want to kind of host their whole teams on here, they have the ability to kind of scope permissions, not to everything, not every single granular detail, but the very important stuff. Also for who can like control their clients, who can edit clients, and who can basically archive, unarchive them. And then also added workspace notifications to email preferences, basically controlling whether you get emails for like when an invitation is accepted or rejected, or when somebody joins or leaves the workspace. It's just a simple toggle switch. You can either have it enabled or disabled. So yeah, I think I got most of that done. Then I added a lot of scoping for who can actually see what, so those permissions are properly in place. So I did all that yesterday. It was kind of a lot, but it was like the last like 0.5% of what I need to do in terms of features, and I was able to get that done. Last thing I want to do at concern to like notifications would be editing my actual emails and how they look and display, and getting some tests done there. But for the most part, emails work. Well, not even most part, emails work 100%. I just need to actually style those, which I'll just do a very simple kind of template at first. So basically, like I said, everything I'm doing today is going to be strictly on the visual front, because all of my features are what I would say complete for my kind of MVP version of what I'm looking to do. So I have a checklist I'm going to try to go through. All right, so I need to remove some styling that I had done. Let's see. Yeah, so I want to remove some quick styling. So let's come in here. This class right here, I'm going to remove this. I had it set at opacity 50, but I'm not going to do that. Just going to leave the title to do that work. I'm just going to do a quick search and go. It's going to be here. This is what I'm looking for right here. I think, yeah, let's do this. that. Just remove that. It should have a title already, and I don't. So let's bring this back and then come here, go to my avatar. Right, so let's come here. Just do this, and then in our projects, let's go note. Author is removed. All right, so I'm gonna do that, and then let's come here again. So basically, I'm just removing anything with opacity 50 right now. It needs to have the title. In fact, let's just use what I did. It's going to be task. Assignee, and then all right. Search again. I should just add a shortcode because I actually end up searching my code like this pretty often. So yeah, removed. Let's come here. Okay. Same. Let's remove you. Title. Title's good. Got no class on that. All right, let's do this one as well. Let's clean this up. Keep the opacity at 100, and then don't even need that at all. So let's do that. The actor is removed. So then let me just double check this. Come here. All right, so it says removed. And all right, so areas where I don't have a name with the picture, I do want to eventually at least fix that. Let's go. All right, so I think that's mostly cleaned. I got rid of those stylings, and then I need to find areas like this where highlighting or hovering should actually show their name. So that should be my project card, and I think it's my avatar. So title equals all right, so let's do this. Let's go. Lead name, and then add removed. Otherwise, it should just be like that. So then I come here. Cool. Go to my projects. Make sure removed is there. Right. Cool. Let's go to clients. Make sure. All right. Which one's the canceled? All right. So I got that. Let's come to task. Same. So I need to add that quick styling to my task as well. So org card. It should be the same. So let's go task dot signing name. Same. Come here. Cool. All right, that's removed. Cool. Go to notes. Same for my notes. So then card, same. Let's go. Assigning name plus what do you mean? Not then it's no. All right, I just need to add that. Wait, hold on. String or null is not assignable to string undefined. Okay. So I'm getting a type error somewhere, and it has to do with how I'm grabbing this name. So it can be undefined. Let me go. There we go. String or no. Type string or undefined. So it can be string. So I had a type error. Not necessarily knowing why I didn't like that, but it's gonna be string or undefined instead of string or null, as it's properly set up right here to get it, and then note that assigning name. All right, I should have fixed that. It's just a quick refresh. All right, so I got that. Got the removed in. So task notes are good. Let's fix these other avatars real quick. Don't need to fix those. Those look good. Project also looks good. So let's come here. All right, that's clean. And then let's go to overview. Don't need those there. Don't need those there. So then only place I need to lastly check is check my projects. From here, go to projects. example, this one should have a bunch of tasks. Let's go here. All right, it's covered. All right, so I need to clean that up. And then task as well. Looks good. Go to notes. All right, so then come here. Cool. Let's go to task. Go to view task. All right, so that needs to be fixed. That needs to be fixed. That's good. Marco, what up, man? You like what I'm saying, man? I appreciate it. Definitely appreciate it. Think I got it pretty much where I wanted to in terms of my MVP. Just kind of going through now and just kind of visually fixing some things for the design and gonna do some mobile styling. But I think I'm featured complete. Last night I did finished up all my notifications and emails and stuff. So I'm getting there, definitely getting there. All right, so let's clean this side up first. One of my I know it's gonna be an avatar. I should just refactor this into its own component, so I don't gotta dig through here. That's what I'm gonna do. Let's go card header. Details. Where's my workspace? Where's my notes? This is my notes. Not ready. All right, so I'm gonna tell it to just refactor. Card content is this is what I need. Think. Oops. All right. Yeah. Don't I code the icon 2020? Don't I code at night like most coders? I think at this point I just code 24/7. I think like most coders, like it. I wish it was only at night, but this has been a all day, every day kind of thing over the last couple weeks. So the daytime does still see me at points. And you refactor this into its into. I'm just gonna have it refactor that because I hate having to dig through all that code to find it whenever I need it. I was gonna refactor this one, and then all right, completion's done. That looks good. All right, get in there. It shouldn't take long. Bookmarks though. Nice. Light detail. MuckCH3676, what up? Have I used OpenCode or any terminal agent? I don't think so. OpenCode for sure. I have not used OpenCode. No, I've pretty much just stuck to the kind of generic agents at this point. Opus 4.6 for my planning, and then 5.3 Codex for most of my implementation. All right, while we're here, let's just tell it to also minus sidebar. All right, refactor. While we're doing that, let's just do. All right, so what did I need? All right, my avatar is what I needed. So here should be fine. All right, so go note. Author. First one, let's go. That should always have a name. Oh, I didn't use shoot. I don't know that out there. I use it again. All right. You don't need this for the fallback. Assignee. Name. Don't need you for the fallback. Add you. And also don't need you for the fallback. Yeah, I use Claude and Sandbox terminal environments and give it dependencies for whatever stack I'm using, as well as GHCLI, so it can push, commit, open PRs, and read/create issues. I mean, that's bold of you. Like I said, I've said a few times, I'm not at that point. Like, I'm definitely still much in the learning phase, even though I think I've starting to get a pretty good grasp. I'm still very much in the learning phase, so I still like going very hands-on with my code base, and I also do a lot of just hands-on coding myself just to get a better grasp of what I'm doing. So I'm not at that point where I like to just give it full access to everything and just do everything for myself, because I like to understand exactly what it's doing before I even give it that opportunity. So I've literally just started kind of letting agents kind of do things. Well, I was doing things manually for quite a while before I got to this point. So I'm definitely still not at that point where I'm I'm ready to give it full access to stuff like that, so I can push and commit and do all that. No, I'm not at that point yet. I use Overcode sometimes because they basically give a free LLM terminal agent when I run out of Claude. I mean, that's dope. Like, it'd be nice to at least get to that point maybe where I'm comfortable and ready to kind of do that and willing to do that, but I'm not there yet. I'm definitely not there yet. All right, I'm missing something though. Passing, that's what it is. Not that. Remove you. All right, that's fine. Before I get there, I need to introduce you to Nix for that kind of stuff, huh? I've never heard of Nix. What is it? All right, let's remove this. Hold on. All right, so no to that. Let's go image title. It's gonna be avatar. It's my signee. There it is. Don't need you. And all right, let's do that. That's true. Reproducible environments are the best solution to works on my machine. Infrastructure. All right, Marco, you said it was infrastructure as code, God tier package manager that manages everything. You can create hermetic repositories with it. I mean, infrastructure as code. Huh. I'll have to look into that. I mean, it sounds interesting. Package manager that manages everything. That would be nice. Because I would like to get rid of having to manage every little detail, especially with that, with packages and all that other stuff. And if I can get a more automated flow for deployment, which I mean, I kind of got a decent setup, but I'm always open to that. I'm like I said, I'm just not at that point yet. But Nix, I'll definitely go look into that. I'm assuming that's what you use for your projects. And is there a fee? Like, what is the cost of all of these new innovative things? Is it worth the price of admission? Is basically what I'm asking. All right. Side taskbar. Cool. Shouldn't need. Let's come here. Let's go to notes. Go to task. Go to my task. Clean this up. Let's go. Title is going to be event actor that removed. What's this one? Nix's OS. Okay. It's also language, but our open source. Only cost is time of learning. We have AI tools to help teach us things we don't know. I mean, I definitely agree with you there, especially when I'm dealing with third-party packages and APIs and whatnot. I definitely turn to my my agents to scan all the documentation so I don't have to read every single line. Only cost is that the language is functional, so learning curve is a bit steep. Okay, so it's something I have to spend some time and like really get hands-on with and learn. But it definitely sounds interesting. I'm still kind of figuring out my preferred flow, but I mean, I'll definitely look into it. There's one more here. I know there is. Task link. All right, here it is. Task link preview. Avatar. Title should be task. Is removed. And you're gonna go. Signing, got a name. That's removed. All right, so that should. All right, I think I'm good on all of that. I'd say I'm good on that. Let's keep those changes. You said you can express complex things in a few lines. Okay, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, I like to use tmux to have an AI in the same session just direct with me. So that's in the left plane and I'm on the right plane, and my Emacs, that's NVIM editor with whatever language tool chain I'm running. It's great for interactive study sessions, even for non-coding setting. Huh. Keep the stream. The great work you're doing. Keep the streams on. Hey, appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. Just started streaming recently. Got to a point where I was like, all right, I think I can show off what I'm doing because I'm not showing my shitty apps and codes before this, but appreciate that. Definitely going to keep learning. There's a lot. It's pretty much never ending, and there's always new tools. So like, I'm always interested. I appreciate y'all like putting me on game in terms of what's out there. I definitely like add to my list of things that I'm planning on learning in the future, and as I continue to kind of get stronger and stronger and like get a better grasp of everything that's out there for sure. But appreciate it. Definitely gonna check into everything. And yeah, I definitely use AI to help me with a lot of my studying too. So I definitely understand that sentiment. Got me to a point way faster than any other course, I would say. All right, so the flow is good. I need to also, oh, that's what I need to do. So I need to fix my loaders, skeleton loaders. I forget what I needed. I was in my projects. Let me come here. And it had to be, I think my flat had, okay, so I'm gonna tell it. You said that's the best part. It's never ending learning, just a backlog of education. Yeah, that's definitely something I've been finding out. Like every new thing that I learn basically opens up a whole nother branch of things that I need to go down and probably will go down, but it's pretty much never ending. I actually enjoy it, learning new skills, and I think I learned pretty quickly. So it is kind of exciting for me because there's always something new, always something on the horizon. You never really kind of max out in anything. There's always something new on the way or being introduced that always opens up new possibilities. So it's um, definitely been eye opening in that sense, in that you just have to add so many tools to your kind of toolkit constantly. I've been thinking of integrating. Mark, you said you've been thinking of integrating AI into my workflow, but I get concerned about the API cost and lag. I wish they were faster. They would be quite useful for live documentation. Yeah, that is definitely always a concern. I mean, so far, I've pretty much just used GitHub Pro, which I think is like 20, $30 a month, and I've never hit my limit, even with everything that I've been doing. So, I mean, right now, I don't think never been a better time to kind of use AI implementation, just because costs are so low compared to what they are actually giving you. I don't think that's going to be sustainable in the future. I think costs are probably going to, prices, everything is definitely going to go up. So I'm pretty much taking advantage of these cheap prices as much as I can while they are still cheap. And then Muck, you said I recently turned my computer into a self-hosted server with its own private GitHub and actions and CI caches for fast CI/CD. So yeah, see, like I've just started kind of getting into the back end of things. I host my own kind of VPS, but I mean I don't have my own server, but I have a VPS where I host all my like live production apps and everything. And I've literally just started diving more into the back end of things, and like I actually kind of enjoy that part of it. I definitely want to set up my own server sometime in the future, definitely. Because the nerds been getting mad at Copilot gonna read their code, so everyone been leaving GitHub. I got Tailscale so all the homies can access my infrastructure and private repo patch. I mean, that's next level. You sound like you're pretty next level. So how long have you been in software like development, engineering, and programming and all that? Because it sounds like you definitely know your shit. All right, let me see. So it updated that. Let's come here. All right, so that needs to be cleaned up. Let's go maybe. One, two, three, four. All right, so let's add the height. 28. Nope. Let's go to 36. Or is that not? All right. Brown, gray. All right, there we go. 36. No. You said, nah, you're just the guy with the AI agent. I mean, you still know enough to like how to run all that and set up a server and get your AI agent running. So you definitely know some shit. I would, and you said you've been a software development professional for a few years now. Okay, that's what's up. Like, do you work for yourself? You freelance? Like you work for a company? Like where are you at? Let's see. Two, three. Okay, I think that's better. All right, I like that better. So let's do that, and then let's remove you. Actually, matter of fact, let's just test you all. Task. Do a quick flip. I could break this into something simpler, but I'm not sure if I want to. All right, I am going to do that. Just because. Okay, add a. You said you're a back end developer for a few corporations. Okay, all right. Do you ever roll your own apps like on your spare time since you got the server and everything set up? So you must be kind of building stuff on your own as well. Default small is small. give that a look then. But the most I learned software wise came from my own enthusiasm, talking to old heads about technology and like just having intelligence. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, I did a bunch of courses and I did obviously, the technical kind of learning type route. But the most I've ever learned from just actually developing software was just literally talking to people and just developing software. Like just overcoming your own problems and like having the desire to figure out something is a way I just think a way better way of learning, and it just amplifies your skills so much faster than just kind of doing the technical route of learning. Just kind of just getting out there and like thinking of the hardest apps I can think of and just start building them and then hitting roadblocks and figure that out. And you can't really have roadblocks these days with an agent pretty much at your fingertips that can help you kind of figure out problems. So like I just went for it. And honestly, the amount that I've learned just from building this little thing right here is pretty insane. Can't even lie. Yeah. I also go into a lot of tech meetups. I go to Rust, Golang, Python, CPP meetups, and NYC through the meetups apps. That's what's up. I've definitely been looking into that more. I'm out here in the West Coast, but I've been looking into more meetups that I'm probably gonna start going to on my own and like kind of like getting more into that community. That's also why I kind of started streaming because I wanted to like get more into the community and like talk to people and like figure out what everybody's up to basically and like learn things that you just wouldn't really be able to learn other ways and just kind of network in that way. And you love that there's no gatekeeping of software. Honestly, that's why I kind of gravitated towards it because it was always a very kind of welcoming space, more or less, and people always wanted to talk about what they're doing and like they love seeing that you're like also getting to the same things that they're interested in. So like that is definitely a big plus about the software community that I've discovered so far. Um, Here, this one. Let's go is small. Let's just remove the top and the bottom. Let's do that. Rust. Yeah, I've heard a lot about a Rust, man. I've heard. I watch a lot of videos. I kind of get more into community, and there's definitely a lot of Rust evangelism, I would say, going on. I'm not that familiar with it, but I definitely hear a lot of people speaking about the benefits of it. There's a lot of toxicity too. At my previous job, a senior engineer told me I should find a different job in IT and that I wasn't cutting it as a developer. In software, we argue so much over tiny details. I mean, look, I came from professional athlete, professional sports league, kind of professional team background, and I get that. Like, there's so much toxicity in a lot of things, but there's also so much toxicity in in professional teams. Like there's so much behind the scenes that you would not believe. So I'm not that surprised or shocked by it. And honestly, I probably do fine. Like that shit doesn't bother me. There's a lot of ego and toxicity, and you hear a lot of shit coming up as a professional athlete, even as a college athlete, the amount of like kind of abuse that coaches used to put you through and shit that you would think that you would kind of hear. Yeah, like I'm kind of built for that. That shit don't bother me. Programming feels like a cult sometimes. It does. It definitely does. I mean, isn't everything these days? Everything kind of feels like a cult. People can't just be like low key kind of interested in something. No, it's got to be like their whole life, their whole mission, their whole identity. I'm not the type of person, but I mean, I'm glad when people are that kind of passionate about it. But yeah, I feel like everything's pretty much a cult these days. In software, the tiny details compound. You use a U32 or U128, and 4 months down the line, you've cooked yourself. Yeah, 1000%. But there's also a way about communicating, and I don't know. Obviously, I haven't worked in a corporate environment in software development, so I don't really can't speak to how people communicate. But like I said, from any team standpoint, like yeah, you might have a point, you might be right, but it's also about how you kind of communicate that to people. Matter of fact, It's full of nerds. No one knows how to communicate here. Yeah, I mean, yeah, communication is absolutely fucking essential to anything that I've ever experienced in my life. And being on a team, especially like a sport team, if you can't communicate well, you ain't gonna last very long. And you deal with a lot of very toxic people and egos in that field, and people that will legitimately punch you in your fucking face for the way you talk. So, learning how to communicate is a one being on a professional athlete in sports. Like if you don't know how to talk to somebody properly, yeah, you might not like what comes back at you. So I don't know how that works over there, but I've seen plenty of fights due to communication and people's lack of ability to communicate. I mean, shit, look at Draymond Green. That was a pretty common occurrence in my field. Um, the less you shower, the better your dev skills get. That's the real workflow. So I just never leave the computer. I mean, isn't that the whole point of all these? What is it? Open Claude? Isn't that the whole point? Is that you literally can never stop developing? You basically just message things from your phone constantly now. Even when you're not at your computer, you're always connected 1000%. All right. All right. So workspaces, that looks good to me. I'm just gonna leave that, and then figure out why. Figure out why that isn't card content. No. You said, nah, you're supposed to be working 20 hours like an AI agent. Got to be motivated as bro. That ain't me. That ain't me. Marco's crack clearly 6 years no shower. I mean, Marco, you sound like you got one of those. What's a split keyboard? Synchrony, is that what they call it? What's those keyboards that come on two split sides that you're supposed to be like that? That's your sign of being completely cracked as a developer. I think I can't even think of the name. It's like that $600 keyboard. All right, so I like how that looks. Let's go here. All right, let's check this one. You said the split keyboards are too much. I don't think they have an actual name. I actually just looked it up. I found it. It's Kinesis. What is it? Kinesis? Those are the ones that like people are spending like $500 on. That's the sign that you're the ultimate programmer. You said a lot of program culture is aesthetics and is performative. I mean, look, I come from the sports field. Like everything over there is performative and aesthetics. How many headbands? How many leg sleeves, arm sleeves, tattoos. Like, yeah, I come from that field. Linus, creator of Linux, programs the potato in a chair. That's where it's at. I mean, my thing is, I mean, I guess people that bought those keyboards, don't they kind of feel like it's a little like dumb now, silly now, considering how AI pretty much writes a lot of people's code. They don't even like coding like that anymore. So what's the benefits now nowadays to even have a keyboard like that? All right, let's do that. That's fine. Now let's just copy this, add this class name. Try that again. All right, that's good. Now let's copy this. Let's add it to my index. Projects. It is workspaces. Where is it? Bookmark. Dashboard loading count. Name for invitations. Let's test this. Let's do this. Test this as well. Something got messed up here. Let's figure it out. He said apparently it's ergonomic and hurts your, but I'm not typing nearly as much as I would have like 10 years ago when I was first starting out learning how to like develop things. So I feel like your hands are going to be saved a lot just by using agents, honestly. So I don't really see the point of spending $400 or $500 on that. This reminds you of those stay in the life of a Google software engineer. 90% of the work is eating cake and doing nothing and Googling how to do things. I hear that a lot. I haven't touched my IDE in months, which makes sense, but I still enjoy typing. And as much as I've used AIs, I also remember I did turn my brain to mush back in 2022. The first hard thing is starting, the second hard thing is not quitting. Yeah, I try to find like a good balance. Like I mean, obviously I don't, especially building out a full app as one person, I don't want to write out every single line of code. And I definitely take advantage of um the agent's ability to refactor things and move things around instead of having to like copy and paste and then adjust every single line of code that I need. And then, I definitely take advantage of it, but I try to find a healthy balance. When I first building out something, like I pretty much go hands on the whole way. And then once I kind of get an understanding where I want things to be, I kind of let the agent run a little wild. I'm not going to lie. Why is my it's small not getting my workspaces should not have size small. That's not it. So you need more functions and abstraction, not more AI gen. True, that's how you learn that code is built on code, reading and tracing. Let's do this again. It's not. Go here. Weird. C++ and Rest give me anxiety, and Haskell is an abomination. Haskell is the worst. It's not for the weak. Lisp is even worse. Rust teaches you and it compiles. It works. See, there's just so many languages out there, so many that I'm a whiles away from even dipping my toes into any of that. Oh shit! There we go. That's right. That's done. Need to add a skeleton into this. You said Rust is fucking dominatrix. Marco, can we get a Dario plushie when you get famous for being early? I'll make some merch. I'll make some t-shirts. Funnily enough, I actually used to have some plushies when I was playing. Somewhere, I think in Italy, some kids got that. Did not look like me at all, but supposed to be me. All right, so notification skeletons. Do I watch any TV shows? Yeah, I do. I mean, my favorite TV show of all time is Breaking Bad, hands down. Not even really a close second for me. Currently, what am I watching? I'm watching the Daredevil show, I guess. That just came out. I think of season one, not the new one that just came out. And then there's another show I watched recently. I can't remember what it was. Oh, I actually just got into Dark. I'm pretty late to that, but yeah, Dark is one that I'm kind of getting into. I think that's a super dope show. I'm like big into like deep, heavy like sci-fi shows. And then honestly, Naked and Afraid is what I watch a lot. Like when, especially if I'm just doing busy work, I'll just throw that on. Naked and Afraid is a great show that I watch constantly. Other than that, grew up with shows like Workaholics and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Obviously, Sopranos, The Wire. Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot, definitely. Dark, the German show, yeah, the German one. I'm just about to finish season one. It's pretty fire. Dealing with like time travels. Up, Mr. Robot is good. Yeah, definitely watch Mr. Robot. That was a dope one. I think one that doesn't get talked about enough is what's the one with the Marvel character? Legion, that from FX. Legion was also a super fire show that I think is highly underrated and didn't get enough love. So pretty much I grew up on FX and Adult Swim and HBO. Those are like pretty much my go-to shows. Better Call Saul is great. I like Better Call Saul. Some people like Better Call Saul better than Breaking Bad. I can't give it that. I just think Breaking Bad is just immaculate, honestly. And Marco Legion is actually insanely underrated. Absolutely, 1000%. I was like, why aren't more people talking about this show? This show's phenomenal, and I just think that it got slept on a little bit. Curb, I've definitely seen Curb. Have I seen The Boys? Yeah, I've seen The Boys. I kind of fell off a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I enjoyed it a lot at the beginning, and then I don't even think I got through the last season. I'm planning on finishing it, but it was never like my favorite show. It was, it was kind of fun, mindless kind of entertainment. I just think that they obviously they pushed the envelope a lot on The Boys, and I don't know how many like dick jokes I can take in one show on a consistent basis. So like I kind of like I started to fall off a little bit, but I definitely plan on going back and finishing it. What was another good one? Mr. and Mrs. Smith actually was a fire one from Amazon. With Donald Glover. If you haven't seen that, I think that was super dope. And then yeah, I've seen a lot of shows. Like I was a big film head. Honestly, my first career that I wanted to be was a director. I actually did like some film classes when I was in high school and middle school, and actually looked into it. Took a different route, obviously, but yeah, I'm big into film. I mean, if y'all got some recs for me, I'll check them out. Like I'm always open to some new shows. I always need some suggestions, especially like late night when I need a break. The show's definitely something I go back towards. You said season four of Boys was meh. Yeah, that's how I've been feeling. Like I felt like the first couple seasons started out pretty strong. Like I was like, all right, this is new, this is interesting. Obviously, shitting on the whole superhero kind of complex that we've got going on. I'm all for that. I feel like we've gone incredibly too far with it. Like everything doesn't need to be a superhero show or movie, but I think it's kind of like it just got a little too edge lordy for me, and I was like, all right, like I'm not like a 12-year-old kid anymore. It doesn't hit the same for me. Peaky Blinders, yeah. Shit, did I ever I don't think I ever finished Peaky Blinders, to be honest with you. I think I got to like the last season, and for whatever reason, something happened. I never finished it, but I like Peaky Blinders a lot. I don't know if I like it more than, let's say, Boardwalk Empire. I enjoyed Boardwalk Empire a lot. Oh, Band of Brothers is definitely another pool. Band of Brothers was fire. White Lotus is also solid. Yeah, season three was kind of weird to me. The whole the whole brother thing was a little weird to me. But I mean, I like White Lotus. I feel like season one was probably the weakest for sure to me, but I like White Lotus. White Lotus is cool. I ain't mad at White Lotus. I'm trying to think what else I fuck with. I definitely have not watched as much as I used to, so I can't really remember. Can't think of like off top. You said, yeah, that scene is memorable. Yeah, it's definitely memorable for the wrong reasons to me. I'm just like, what the? I was like, all right, this is a crazy fucking turn that we just went down. I'm not sure I'm ready to go down here with you. Like, this is a little wild. No. With, what am I on? 1, 2, 3, 4. With 4. But I mean, TV's kind of like become the go-to. Obviously, you see constant new shows popping up left and right. Three Body Problem, I kind of fuck with a little bit. I think Apple TV got some good ass sci-fi shows. Oh, what did I watch? I watched what's the one with Ben Stiller that he directed and made? Severance. I think Severance was fire. I think Severance was super fire until that last scene. That kind of last episode pissed me off a little bit. I was like, all right, like I don't know if I want to continue on this. But those first couple seasons of Severance, absolutely fire. Like I love a good kind of sci-fi weird ass shit going on. Yeah, I mean, I watched Wonder Man. That was okay. I watched Loki was a great one. I mean, I just, there's a good amount of shows these days that are, I think, pretty good. Let's go here. Order. I don't want you to even get order. Let's. Apple's Dark Matter. I've heard about that. I never actually seen it, but I heard about it. I think they do sci-fi pretty fucking good. What's the other one they had? That was Foundation? Was that Apple? I watched a little bit of Foundation. It kind of gave low key kind of Dune vibes a little bit. There's a lot of shows. There's definitely a lot of shows these days. I can't even keep up with everything that be coming out. All right, that looks good. Let's do. Come here. All right, let's fix that. Let's go. 3/4 is crazy. That. Two. That's what it is. All right, let's do this. Let's go with order. Cool. And then let's go with full. All right, that's cool for skeleton loaders. All right, I'm good with that. Let's change this back. Skeleton loaders. Dashboard. All right, a couple other things. I need to add some guards. So my home route is not, well, my dashboard becomes my home route. So I don't come back here, and I shouldn't be able to come to my login. Let me see. All right, let's scope those. My loader. I got a client loader. want to use the loader here. So let's remove this client loader. This toast message though. Look at this. Get message and then EK Shunya, what up? How do I debug in VS Code? I literally just set up a bunch of testers basically. Most of my testing is for my backend because I have a lot of like behind the scenes logic going on. So that's majority of what my testing is doing. I have not set up client side or front end testing yet, but basically I have a full test suite to manage my whole kind of backend whenever I change things. That's kind of how I debug. I use VTest. Something I literally just kind of learned how to use, honestly. And loader. Let's get the request, maybe. I don't know if I need a request, but session. Come on now. Wait, auth. API, get session. If session. So redirect. Turn redirect. Wait, auth session return. Let's URL toast message get message toast message pending invitation to log in to view your pending invitations. Just make sure I didn't break that. Do a live test. All right, so now when I go to log in, I should automatically be cool. And I come here, create invitation. Please log in to view your pending invitations. Let me see. Let me see where my toast message is being thrown. All right, so it's literally just to invite people that are already here. So let's come. Let's actually check. Let's go to members. Test. All right, so let's create another invitation for a user I know is here. Let's go email.com. Let's test that and then come to my postmark, grab that email. Testing server. Okay, so let's check this flow. So let's say I log out. I'm already a member of this app. I get an invitation. I try to go. There we go. Window not defined. That's what I thought. Window not defined. So I'm not getting this right. I don't know. Let me debug this. I'm getting. I know this is how you do it in the loader. Obviously gets it before. Might need to do something differently. Error, set error, use state. So I guess I don't need it. All right, let me see the explanation. It says crash happened because window is unavailable during server side rendering. Updated. So I just get it. So all I need is the actual search params. Okay. So client side, I just need the search params. Let's try this again. I know I need that in the loader. I need to get the window. So I guess when I'm getting the client side search params, I don't need that. Not. Copy this. Supposed to be getting a toast, but I'm not getting that. Search params. Type equals. Interesting. All right. Setting search params. Here, let's just roll this back. See what my agent says. So I roll that back and then I come here. Again, let me see. There's the toast I'm getting. No, figure out why I can't get that. Need to write them on so I can get that. I still need a toast. All right, so like I did, it created the loader, get the session. If there's no session, throw in a redirect. Oh, so I could have just kept this in a loader instead of client loader. All right, let's try that. Let's try this again. Nope. It's not working. Type use workspace. That doesn't work because my client loader picks up my server side, which I need to get. It does not. It's getting the message in the parameter, should be grabbing it and then toasting it, but it's not working because it's no longer in client loader. I need to figure out why. All right, here's my loader, return null. Okay, like I said, removed from the toast, and then it said search params.get, but it did not work last time. Let's try that again. Nope, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is it because I'm deleting it? So toast message, search params.get, if getting invite has current toast.info. Okay. Params. I know it deletes this, but sets params, new params. Try deleting. Let's see if that's the problem. Refresh. It's not the problem. So as you can see, it's still in my message here, but it's not still firing. So let's fix that. I need a loader so I can, before I even hit the page, I want to just redirect. I don't want to redirect after hitting the page. So in my toast message URL in my search params. I don't understand why. Match working dashboard pattern. Exactly return toast message from the server loader and use that value in effect while still removing the query parameter. I've tried that and it's not working. I think I've done this before. Just can't remember how. Let me think. There it is. So URL, toast message, URL, search, get, and then I returned. Return my toast message. So I don't understand why. Go into my loader data. Then use effect if toast message, menu light, as toast and current, and then delete. So I don't understand why. All right, let's look at these side by side. Let's just keep these. All right. URL, toast message, URL, toast message, got get a message, return my toast. Return my toast, and then have a use effect. Toast message equals that, toast set info duration. Params new. Just a delete message. Huh. So it should be working. I don't really understand why that did not work. Actually, I do know why. I'm tripping. I think it's my server. I need to restart. So it picks up my new server loader. Let me try this again. Copy. Nothing. Weird. Something's happening. Check my console. All right, nothing in my console. Nothing in my terminal. Yeah, that's not working. Works. Can you trace this? Let's come back and double check this again. Toast message, we are pending invitations. Yeah. Hola, appreciate the sub. All right, so toast message, pending invitation, and has no dash shown toast is not current. Then info is this. And then set the current to true. I don't understand why it's not. Search step ramps. Am I tripping? No. Should be working. I don't know why it's not working. All right, but while that is tracing, let's just go ahead and set this one up as well. Schema. Same. This has my previous. All right, so let's go. There's no invitation in game. Let's go before that. That session, and if is no session, correct. No, if there is a session, I'm tripping. There is a session. I don't see what it said. It said redirect is correct from accept invitation. Toaster is globally mounted in root, which it is. Fragile part was removing message with set search params immediately after toaster info triggers a route navigation right away on login. When it changed and login removed. So it removed my use search params. I don't know why. Let me see. Removed. Kept server load after showing the toast. After showing the toast. Showing toast now removes message via window and history and replace state. No router navigation. This preserves toast display while clicking toast message. All right, let's try this again. Copy. No, that's a weird bug. Should be literally showing me my toast. Not that essential, so I might come back to this later. I'll do that. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Now it's showing. Please log in a view here. That's a weird bug. Anyways, let's try logging in. Let's come here. Let's go all right, I'm logged in. Now if I try to come to register, cool. All right, let's do the same for, I think, my welcome. Function welcome, logo light, logo light. All right, cool. So it's going to be loader. Ooh, how do I do this? I don't know how to route. Slash home. Turn welcome. All right, let's just do that here. It's my meta. Can't type right now. List. Right. Keith, what up, man? Let's see how much progress you have made. I mean, actually, in terms of features and feature set for my kind of MVP version of this, I am actually done. I am feature complete for what I want to do for my MVP version. I'll go through that in a second, but now I'm basically just doing some small fixes and tweaks and making sure, styling looks good. So I'm gonna have to like set up my mobile styling and a couple of design touches. But in terms of features, it is a feature complete app for me for MVP. And then obviously I'm gonna do some styling and some branding or whatnot over this next couple of days, but I should be able to get this up on my VPS, honestly, if I wanted to tonight. I think it's in a good enough shape to do that. All right. All right, that works. So let's do this. Let's log you in. So I can see I have this invitation, but now if I come here, I should get a toast. Let me check this. Yeah, see, I get the toast. This is what should be happening with my login, but it's not, and I don't really understand why, but I'm gonna have to fix that later. Let's add a I see you'll try to be my first customer. Man, I appreciate that. I'll definitely I mean the first version of it, I won't have any paid or subscription versions into it. It'll all be free. I'll let y'all know, the links and everything where you can go check it out. I want as many people as I can to kind of kick the tires and break things if they can before I kind of implement more kind of paid features like I plan on doing in the future. But as it is right now, all this will be free. It'll all be up there, and I'll definitely kind of let y'all have a go at it. All right, I want to add a tooltip for that. Let's do that. Let's go. Button. I don't want to do this personally, so okay. All right, one last thing I want to change. Let's come here. No, I need to clean this up. I don't like having this many buttons kind of stacked side by side. So I'm going to come in here. Let's go to here's my button. All right, here this copy email and client. So again, I'm also going to tell it to refactor this. Refactor these buttons into a drop down list. Let's go. What's the domain? We'll be checking you after some time to try. I don't have the domain yet set up, but I will let y'all know pretty soon. I'll probably do my kind of like live. What I basically, people have been asking how I'm going to do it for like SEO and branding and all that, and setting it up for the actual marketing inside of an app. Coming as from a business degree as I am, I will probably show you guys my whole kind of SEO and process and things that I would do to get this set up in terms of trying to own a current like keyword or namespace. So I'll probably show y'all that in the next couple of days, but I don't have a domain completely set up right now. I have ideas. I have pretty strong ideas that I know I'm probably going to go with, but not ready to fully kind of disclose that yet. Shit. Messed up. All right. What else it fixed? So it says it wrapped this in tooltip. Let me see. Tooltip, trigger, button. Tooltip content should be same here. Tooltip content should strictly be you said you'll be needing some videos for the SEO thing. Just create a video. I'll probably not create a video, but I will probably take out clips of that stream and kind of put them up. But that's what I'll probably do. I won't probably set a specific video, but when I do that specific stream, showing everybody kind of how I approach these things, I will probably take those out and put them as its own separate clip. So definitely look out for that on the channel. I know a few people have been asking like how to handle SEO and all that. As somebody that's been doing kind of marketing and brand building for quite a while, honestly, I have a pretty good grasp of SEO, so I will definitely do that. All right, let's check this. Too much. Let's go. Should it be? Those changes. Clients, come down here. Just select. How many triggers here? Personas, what I want. All right, cool. All right, too much explanations again. Let's go. Complete. Already disabled, so let's go. Archive client. And then let's go. An archive client. Do that. Suggestions for the short clips. Are you talking about when last time we spoke about like making short clips for promoting something, especially like an app? Is that what you mean? Top 10 SEO tricks. Yeah, I'll try to go through everything. I might not fully touch content promotion and all that. I will probably come back to that another time because that's a whole nother kind of behemoth. That's one thing about like setting up and running your own apps is, and especially if it's something that you want to actually have for, you know, production and for something that like you want people to actually use, building it is step one. Like step two, three to 1,000 is literally how are you going to promote it? How are you going to get people on it? How are you going to, you know, do the marketing for it, the branding for it? That's like a whole nother monster. And I like I said, I've done that for companies and my own company and other things like that for a while. So I have a pretty good grasp of it. But to actually do the marketing side of things and like having how best practices in terms of like using content to promote your stuff and the best kind of content to promote and how to do it, that's going to be a whole nother kind of side video if I plan on doing that. That doesn't have much to do with actually coding. That's like a whole nother monster that I might get into. Do this. I don't want that too much, too busy. All right, but I'm gonna keep this. That looks good enough. But yeah, I mean, I won't leave y'all out there in the cold, but y'all definitely will see my whole process as I've pretty much shown to so far to this point of how I've built it and how I plan on like continue to build it and reaching out to people. So I won't just leave y'all out there alone, y'all. I'll give y'all the goods. Let's go on archive. Let's come here. Wait, just my dialog. Let's keep that the same. Let's do this. Let's go on archive. This is drop down menu item. So let's do this. Let's go gay. That and then come here. This is entered. Drop that menu item. That's not items, it's justify. All right, cool. And then I also let's go. Same. Save this. Back on archive. Archive. Some should be. Let's do this. Here, separator. Let's drop down separator. Yep. Fields are intertwined. I have a business degree and this stuff comes in handy. I'd like to see how you approach this. Yeah, I mean, definitely. 1000% fields are intertwined. Honestly, it's kind of a superpower if you can understand marketing because everything is marketing at the end of the day. Like, I don't think that's what people understand. And like, especially for business, everything is marketing. How can you position this to have people want what you want? It don't even have to be the best app. If you have good marketing, you can be successful. So it's something that's been my degree as well, and something that I've been involved with on my own, having my own businesses and, you know, side things that also I'll definitely kind of dive into that. And yeah, fields are absolutely 1000 intertwined. I think that's one thing a lot of people miss in kind of this industry from what I've noticed so far is that they don't focus, or they focus so much on the technical side that they miss out on the other opportunities out there in terms of understanding the business side of things, especially as a freelancer, which I kind of do and plan to do in the future. Is if you can kind of be full service for somebody, it's kind of game changing. Like I've worked with a few clients where I built something, a website or not, but I'm like also like, hey, I also know the SEO and the marketing and all this. It's like I can also cross sell you on that, and it's such an easy cross sell and upsell for that, where you can basically handle everything for a client. And that's honestly where I found way more opportunity, is having the ability to also handle the marketing and SEO and understanding what needs to be done. Also, marketing is pretty much open ended and it's based on budget and how much they're willing to expend. Have you seen Opus 4.7? How is it? No, I have not. I have not touched 4.7. I haven't even seen it or heard about it, honestly. I'm always late in terms of like new models that come out. I kind of let people run around and do what they do, and then I come to it later. Seen it, looks good to be honest, but I haven't done anything serious with this. Some CPP stuff, iron out fine. You make me realize I'm not selling myself enough. I also do freelance. Um, yeah, yeah. I mean, everything is marketing. Like even if you're trying to get a job, right? For example, if you're not marketing yourself, how you plan on like standing out? Like that's also why I kind of do streams. Like for people that don't know, like I mean, I like communicating, and like being able to communicate effectively is such a major skill. And if I can communicate what I'm doing in my app, in my code, it also helps my learning, but it also helps market me. Like I've already had people kind of like reach out to me and say like, "Hey, I looked you up." When I like submitted a proposal for something, right? They're going to Google you, especially if they're serious. And just from Googling me, they were able to find a lot of my background, and they've able to find some of my videos and some of my live streams that I can clearly show that I kind of understand what I'm doing, and I can communicate what I'm doing, and like in a way that they can also understand. It's a way of showcasing your skills and your ability. That is marketing. Like streams, videos is marketing. Like if I need to get jobs, having this kind of backlog of videos and live coding and full examples, and like having giving people an opportunity to understand you and see your face and like make a more personal connection with you is a fucking cheat code for people that don't know. Like they're gonna always hire somebody that they trust and know and feel like they know over somebody that might even be more skilled than me, because a lot of people that are way more skilled than me. But what I am good at is getting clients and getting those jobs, because they can kind of see what I'm doing, and I can clearly show and demonstrate what I'm doing and communicate what I'm doing. And I think a lot of developers and engineers out there that also freelance on the side, from what I've heard and communicated with and talked to, they have a hard time with actually closing deals with clients and getting those consistent contracts, because clients don't know technical shit, but they do understand people and they want to work with somebody that they like and understand. So like everything I do, even though I enjoy talking to y'all and like doing these live streams, this is also marketing for me. Like straight up, like people are already aware of my app that's coming. People are already aware of my ability as a kind of coder and builder or whatever, and I don't have to continually sell myself like what I consider a hot lead, for example. This just builds up my kind of cold leads that people might stumble upon me. Maybe they're seeing me for basketball or whatever, but like I'm trying to like shift field. So showcasing what I'm able to do in that field is, this is a cheat code. Like for those that don't know, like everything is marketing. And if you want to do freelancing and you want to be effective to get contracts and things like that, don't be afraid to showcase what you can do and talk about what you can do, even if you don't know exactly what you're talking about. Like quite honestly, most people that do marketing don't know what the fuck they're talking about, but they're good at showing that they do, basically, even though they don't. All right, I think that's good. Let's check this again. All right, that's way better. Let's do this. The client looks good. Let's tweak this a little bit. Let's come here. Damn, bro, describing me. I can say I'm good at tech, but suck at marketing. Maybe that's the reason my projects don't shine in the internet. Yes, I mean, honestly, that is the truth. That is the truth. Like, it's not that people are better than you or that they have better apps than you. They just are better at marketing it. That's it. Like, that's it. Like, I'm not gonna say I'm the most technical and I know the most shit, but like, I'm still learning. But I'm also good at like describing my shit to people and like putting it in front of people. It's really about getting your shit in front of people and getting the most eyes on it. The more eyes you get on it, the more people, the more opportunity you have to get people to see it. Like, if I don't know you and I don't really have a way of finding your app, there's like zero chance of it succeeding. So like everything you should do, especially if you're planning on doing this like full time, if you want to do this, not work for a company and all that, like you have to know marketing. You have to learn marketing. It's honestly not that difficult, but you also have to just be very confident in what you're doing. Honestly, confidence can take you a very long way. Look at the people that run the world. Most of those people fucking suck and don't know shit, but they are very confident in what they don't know, and that kind of just rubs off on people, honestly. The same way in pretty much any industry, honestly. Like as you said, a former professional basketball player, there's a ton of very very good players that have burned out very early on, and it's not because they didn't have the skill or they weren't good enough. It was literally because people didn't like them. Like honestly, they could not get along with other people. They didn't know how to like you know, not only just market their abilities and skills but their personality. I've seen terrible people continue to get contracts literally because somebody in the management liked them and the way that they presented themselves, or some of the fans like them. Like everything you do is marketing. And just go to accept. Let's come here. All right. Where is it? Okay. All right. Uh, Clients. Client. Cool. Let's add a tooltip there as well. Let's go client details, workspace details, copy email. Settings. All right. A couple little tweaks I'm going to add. Keep things consistent. Come here. Keep that. Let's come here. Where's my copy? All right, so where's my email? Back to clients. Email. Right here. Brother Codes, what up? What am I building? I am building a production app that helps clients freelance. I mean, helps freelancers and small businesses and people basically take a client or potential client through the entire kind of project flow. So you can take somebody from onboarding to completion. You can basically do all that. But I'll do a kind of quick overview in here in a second. You said we don't all look as good looking as you. I look like a half baked potato on stream. I mean, I appreciate that. Like, you know, flattering. I appreciate that. But I mean, shit. If you don't want to show your face, you can still just do video. Like you can do. I mean, not just video. You can just do audio. Like you can do avatars. You can do whatever. Like there's hella streamers out there that never show their face, but people still tune in for them. You said pick a choice, Linux or Windows. Honestly, I've only ever used Windows. I've never used Linux. Linux is something I do plan on kind of getting into. I try to kind of wean myself off of all of these giant corporations. I've just been, so comfortable, honestly, that I've never switched. And as I'm getting more and more into tech and software development, Linux is definitely something I want to lean into. And it's not just Windows that I'm trying to get rid of. I'm also trying to get rid of my entire Adobe suite. So I've started slowly switching over to Affinity and DaVinci for my video editing, and then Affinity for like Photoshop and Illustrator. But I'm definitely still lost in the sauce in terms of corporations. But I'm trying to wean myself off of that as much as I can. All right. All right, let's see what else. What other spots can I add? Let's add these. One. No. Must be here. Sure is. All right, let's go. Map this in. Here, dialogue. Also, toolkit, workspace info, client info. All right, workspace info, client info, networks, settings. Let's go. I think I have a bookmark here. Here. Abdella, what am I building? I've said just a few thoughts, but I'm building basically a production app that helps freelancers and small businesses take a client from onboarding to completion. It's basically a kind of project workflow that most people don't have, honestly. It's a way to get out of emails and all these 20 different CRMs that you have to use to just communicate with your team and whatever. Like, this is just a basically timeline stream. For example, this is a project. Here, I'll come back. I'll just do a walkthrough. There's a couple of viewers in here. So you sign in, you have your dashboard. You can create your own workspace right here. For example, creating a workspace. This one's already created. You get an overview of all your projects, clients, and tasks, and you can open projects to basically invite people. So somebody, on a different site or an email message you, you create a project. I'll just take you through the whole flow. All right, let me sign in as an admin now. Come here, you create a project basically, and you invite a client to their email, and I set up a flow where simple invite is all they need. They click a link, account gets created, and they get invited to, and they join a ongoing project. You can also tag in basically team members and coworkers into your workspace and give them access to these projects as a project lead or whatnot. You can leave notes for each other in terms of like things that need to be done. This is all internal. You create tasks for your clients as well that need to get done. For example, if I need credentials or I need you to fill out a form, I will just create a task that also links out to either a Google Drive or DocuSign, Google Forms, whatever you kind of external service that you use, and then it takes you through a whole kind of task overflow where you can ask for revisions, send things back, stuff like that. And then you can also communicate directly here on the timeline with messaging. So you don't need to kind of go back and forth with emails and kind of forward things to your coworkers and all that. Like they can just see without even asking you at a glance everything that's been done, everything that needs to be done, and what has been communicated. And you can also leave notes specifically on specific messages. So basically, it's a project management app that helps you manage all your clients and all your coworkers and team workers and whatever in one spot without having to constantly kind of go back and forth. That adding some tags and filters will be nice. Yeah, I mean, that's all kind of like further roadmap kind of things. This is just my MVP version that I literally just got feature complete, and I'm going to be putting this up live pretty soon. And once I get more testing and kind of understand how people use it and what they want to use it for, I will continue to add some features. One of the major things I'm going to be adding is more automation. So one thing, I'll just let y'all know, one thing down the roadmap is I'm going to add, task templates, form builders, and then I'm going to be adding this thing called a workflow. So you can basically have a full template of how a workflow should happen. So for example, if I need to, let's say I'm an artist or graphic designer and I just need to create a mock-up design for somebody, and I know exactly all the steps and tasks that need to be taken beforehand, I'll just create that workflow. So whenever I create a new project, I just utilize that workflow, and that workflow gets automatically populated. You don't need to go in and completely like set it up over and over again. So that's just kind of roadmap stuff. I'm going to add more automation and things like that, form builders and things that just make things a little easier. And then I'm just going to start to add some third-party integrations like with Notion and Google Drives and whatnot, so you can just link directly to it and have it in your account. But yeah, there's a lot of roadmap things and possibilities that I already have in mind, but this is just my MVP version right now. I don't want to over engineer my my MVP, because that's when you kind of get stuck with feature bloat and shit just never gets going, and you build stuff that ultimately you might not even need. So I'm just kind of getting the core functionality of what I want down. Fairly simple app, but honestly, it was kind of hard to build, not honestly from the coding aspect, but more so from the UX aspect and understanding how to manage roles and authentication and all the different things that can happen with that. And that was more so the difficulty than anything else. How long have I been coding for, and how's it going? Sasha, what up? Honestly, I've been a dabbler since I was a little kid. I've always kind of dealt with computers and learned the ins and outs of them. My first degree in college was going to be computer engineering, but I also played basketball at a Division I level, and I wanted to enjoy my college experience to the most. So I wasn't going to be doing all those labs and extra shit that comes with computer engineering. So I just switched to business, but I was always still kind of building things on my own on the side. First kind of full language I learned, I would say, was Ruby on Rails. I built a full complete app. First time was Ruby on Rails. Then I kind of stopped, and I was mostly doing WordPress for people and running little side businesses that I do. And then the last, I would say, year or two, since as I started to kind of slow down in my career as a basketball player, I went full on and full back into it and like taught myself again, like JavaScript and React and like that kind of thing. So like I'll say like the last year or two full time, I've been kind of like really getting at it, but still very much in the learning phase. All right. What else do I need? I think I got all my buttons cleaned up. Oh, that looks good. Cool. Last thing I need. Let's come here. Let me check my task. It's in progress. All right. So yeah, I got most of my buttons. Now I just need to actually manage styling, like mobile styling. So I have to do a lot of tweaks there. I have not touched it at all. Let's see. So what I like to do. Okay, so that needs to be fixed. Which one is it? Invitations. There it is. Homesman one. Why is that Homesman one? And this is. You said integrations with other stuff. Yeah, I definitely do plan on doing third-party integrations. I've actually started to get pretty good at API, so I'm definitely going to start doing that, and then maybe some AI. Yeah, at some point. I probably wouldn't touch AI and all that other features until I got a revenue flow, honestly. So fingers crossed for that. And then Super Sick, man, thank you for explaining the journey. Yeah, appreciate it, man. And mobile is always hard. Yeah, it's kind of annoying, but honestly, with Tailwind, it makes it so much easier. I don't got to add media queries. I can just literally put MD or LG, and it does a pretty good job of understanding where it needs to make those changes. Sasha, man, I appreciate that sub. So yeah, honestly, what I found Tailwind, that's honestly also why I use Tailwind, is literally just for the media queries, quite honestly. Like, it makes testing and getting things looking so much quicker. Looking how they should be so much quicker. So let's do this. Looks good. Good with that. Let's run this. I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Cool. Let's go all the way here. Let's just check. All right, something. So the header definitely needs to be kind of reconfigured. Before I do that, let's just get my tablet sizing somewhere decent. Let's go to settings. All right, I'm good with that. Let's check my login. It's good. Register's good. Let's come here. Sorry. So what I'm going to do probably is, I know this needs to be, I'm going to hide this sidebar, and then I'm probably going to put a top selection button that'll give you a drop down. I think that's the route I'm going to go. Before that, let's move this footer. It's kind of annoying. Don't want it to be on every page, so I'm just going to remove that. Let's remove you here, and then let's come to dashboard is where I want it. Div is relative, BG main. Yeah, do the footer here maybe. Let's try that. Abdallah, good luck, bro. Hope you achieve what you aim for. Take care, man. I appreciate you joining us in the stream, man. Take care. Take care as well, man. And you know, maybe I'll catch you on here again. Appreciate it. Let's come here. Where's my footer now? Oh, I know why. Don't think. Minimum height screen, flex column. I'm sure I did it in the index. Did I not? Where did I put that? That's what I did. Main screen. All right, let's put you here. All right, that's good. Now let's put you in the settings as well. The settings, I should also have it. All right, cool. That's the only 2 areas I need it, and then my homepage as well. But oh yeah, let's just go ahead and do that. Let's go to turn welcome. Let's put you. Let's do this. Turn welcome. Let's put you. All right, and then see if we can't wire this up. All right, so I need to hide this sidebar, and I'm gonna replace it with a full span kind of button that will, when clicked, will launch a full screen kind of drop down with the selection or modal. Probably drop down. It's gonna launch over this whole thing. So let's come in here, figure out where we need to hide this. Go to layout. Organization. There it is. And come. Here's my sidebar right here. So let's go medium hidden. So all you got to do with Tailwind in terms of media queries, all you have to do is literally medium, small, large. You can obviously create your own ones, extra large. You can go ahead and change the width and pixels that you want, but I find that their defaults are pretty good. That's why I use it, because I can just come here, click medium, and boom, it's gone just like that. But then if I remove my icing, it should just be right back. Oh, this is not medium, so let's see, medium, maybe large. Oh, I'm tripping. It shouldn't be, so it should be hidden on. All right, I'm tripping. So it should be hidden and then block on medium. That's what it is. Yeah, so quickly on medium should be there, but I'm actually going to make that large. So it's also going to be hidden on tablets. So medium is basically the tablet sizing. Should be hidden on tablets, but on desktop or laptops, it should, or if you turn the tablet sideways, it should be visible. So yeah, just like that. All right. So I hid that, but I'm going to add it, a button right here on top of it. So it's going to be X1 medium pixel 8. Let's see. All right, so what I need right here is another, let's call this a mobile navigation, and then let's go, I want it to be a button also. To do mobile button with its page name and logo with menu icon opening a full screen menu with navigation. All right, so I like to do to-dos, especially if I'm gonna go to my agent. So when you're using an agent, I just clearly write out what I need, and then I will highlight this and come to my chat, and I'll tell it like, hey, wire up this to-do for me. And it has all the context it already needs. But I want to double check ShadCN, and I want to go, let's see, ShadCN. Drop down is what I want. Because I need to make this a full width. Let's see. I don't know if I might not even need to use ShadCN or not. Let me see. We'll see what it does. Let's come here. This to do for me. So I don't need to go in here and do a lot of the copy and pasting and reconfiguring. It's going to scaffold something, and then once I get a good scaffold, I either keep it or I don't, or not, depending on if I like it or not. But it just makes prototyping so much faster, which is also kind of why I don't use Figma yet. I do want to learn how to use Figma, but with the ability to kind of build things and scaffold prototyping and all that is pretty essential for me right now, and I kind of like that ability. All right, so I know what it did. It's probably gonna be weird. I see what it did. Okay. So kind of got it there. Not really, but it does give me a full screen kind of menu, but I need it to drop down, and I need this to be right across the top. So I'm gonna come here and do some manual tweaks. Have border bottom, border stone, background gray. Trying to figure out why this isn't. Inspect this real quick. Padding 3. Width. All right, so I'm probably gonna have to do this. So I'm probably gonna have to come here. Just keep these anyways, just in case. Yeah, let's just see what it does. All right, so I kind of got it here. So I'm gonna center this and have these centered, and then I need to fix this styling. So, border stone, background 50, 40. Center. Now let's go. I want to flex, and center. Center. That's not where it needs to be, actually. It needs to be in the button. Justify center. And even though I have this, and then I have this, I need well. Let's go. Yeah. All right, that's getting better. Do some tweaks though. For example, workspace needs to be here. Let's come here. Let's go with no font semicolon text. It's getting overridden. I come back here. All right, that looks better. Let's tweak this a little bit though. Medium. It's not available. Size medium. So let's go. The default size, and then add a stroke width. Let's go 3. Maybe 4. Let's remove that. I kind of like that. Do some more tweaking. I'm gonna have to add a special pipe function for truncating this. I might not add a border. I might add a shadow instead. We'll see. Gmonkey, yo, just popped up on my For You page. I appreciate the stream. Good luck on you guys, man. I appreciate that, man. Appreciate you hopping in here and leaving those kind words, man. Appreciate it. Hope you achieve all your goals as well. Let's tweak this a little bit. Let's go to 2.5. Looks better. I think the text is too big. Medium. All right, I think it might be a little too big though. Let me. Tweak this a little. Maybe some bold. Let's go here. All right. Try to find a healthy balance. Kind of. Might need to add a custom pixel sizing on that. I don't know. Just looks a little off to me. Not mad at that. Let me see what so I use Lucid. Let me see what else they got. Don't love the menu icon. What if I do? Hmm. All right. What's the other one? It's they got pretty much the same. I don't know. Don't love anything. That's fine. Let's try one more. I want to indicate to me, so I'm going to leave it for now. See if I can't come up with a better idea. Go gap. Close that gap a little. All right, that's not bad. It's full screen, but if I can get it to open this way and go full screen, probably need to have all right, so I'll probably have a modal maybe that opens and kind of attach it to this div so that comes over the top of this area instead of the whole page. And then I'll probably use a motion package to animate it in. I remember the package I used. It's here. Let's see. I want to say framer motion. I'm pretty sure this is what I've used before to get my smooth looking animations. So I think I'm going to use this again. Why is this an opening? All right, so that's what I think I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna import framer motion, and then I'm going to basically, instead of using this as a, where am I? As a drop down trigger, it's probably gonna trigger a modal that is attached to this main kind of div right here, and I'll probably add a relative to it so that it will stay within this container instead of the whole page. And then I will use a framer motion to try to get a smooth, kind of a smooth drop down is what I'm looking for. Like, all right, now it does work. I click it, but it opens a full page modal, and it's not very, just doesn't look that good, honestly. So let's touch this up again. Come here. That's where I'm at, 30. Let's drop you to 20. All right, give you some distinction, but not too much. No, let's go 20. 35. Nah, 20. Okay. Then I'll need a function to truncate this name. Because, for example, say you have like 100 characters or some shit. Let's see. Limit characters. Name here. And then, yeah, I'm gonna use Framer. They got pretty good motions and free ones. Obviously, there's some paid ones, but they got some pretty good free ones in terms of what you need. Let's go. Pretty sure Radix. I already used that with Shadcn, so I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Yeah, so it is one I've used. Motion feature, motion. You can animate exactly what you need, and then you can change. So I'm going to use that as well. Come here. Let's see what it did. Function limit, workspace name, max characters 24. Blah blah blah. Come here. This one's fine. I don't need it here. I do need it here. Wait, which one do I need it? Limit workspace, active workspace, dynamic slots. Looks like I might have dropped out of Twitch. I've dropped out of Twitch. I don't know about the other YouTube or Kick, but let me know if I'm back. All right, but that looks good. My limit workspace is good. Okay, let's drop down. What? Animate. Container. Slides in you using Framer motion.
Now,
I'm gonna let it install Framer motion. Get div package JSON. Let's see. But essentially, this is kind of how I want it. Let's turn up my server yet. And run dev. All right. See what it did. So it removed this mobile menu that was being launched by this button, and it put it into a modal animated motion div absolute, which should be in here. Let me fix that. Ease out motion not button. So sentence mobile been false. Okay, motion not div, stiffness, stamping, type spring is what I'm looking for. Just get a quick look and see what it's doing. All right, it's not bad. So it comes in from the side, but I really want it to slide from the top down and under this. But as you can see, Framer does a pretty good job of animating menus and things like that. So if you ever are in your own kind of app and you're looking for some smooth animations, Framer does a pretty good job out of the box. It's okay. I used to use React Spring for front end. They have natural animations. Not familiar. React Spring. I just know that I've used Framer and a few kind of builds I've done, and I'm pretty confident with that one. Pretty familiar with React Spring. I might check that one out too. Is it free? The only thing about Framer is that some of their pre-built animations that are actually pretty sweet. You have to pay for, obviously. All right, so let's see. Don't have flex button here. Animate presence. Let's see if that fixed it. Let's do a quick refresh. All right. Not bad, but not. A couple tweaks I'm gonna need to add is I need this full screen. And then I want to remove this top part, and I need to be able to click the button again to close. You said Rack Spring is fully free. The motions are very realistic. It's kind of a physics simulator. Okay, I'll check it out, especially if it's free, because I try not to pay for as much as I can. Like I said, I use Framer Motion so far. It's been pretty good. I do think they have some pretty sweet stuff going on. It's just let me see what else I got. I used it for some timers and things like that. So I'll check out React Spring and see what it's doing, especially if it's free. It's getting closer, but I need. And I don't want this top part again. Obviously, I already have that. And then clicking this button should also close it. So see what it does. Okay, on click, set modal, previous, not previous. So basically, it's a kind of toggle. Then let's see what it did. Top full, bottom 0. All right, and the column should be height full, flex column. Let's see. That is not. Flex. Could probably calculate this height and then remove that from. All right, I'm trying to think of the best way of doing this. Flex column, height full. Main screen height. All right, let me see. So that button's like key, flex, space, Y, overflow, buttons, nav link, add, space 1. All right, so I think the best way to do this, because it did not fix it, if I set a set height for trigger and header, I might have to set a set height for both this trigger and this header menu, and then I can literally with Tailwind just go 100 VH, then subtract from whatever that is. Let's see. So went height. Where is it? So here it is. Top mobile menu. Top offset. Calculating height minus mobile menu. Top offset. Top offset. Use effect. Open. Turn. Update. React. Update offset. Listener. Move listener. Let's try that. All right, so I don't think I need to calculate the actual top header because it is already restrained to this. So let's try this again. Boom. All right, that's what I thought. That's what I wanted. Now I'm going to remove this top section, But basically, what I did, you said UI is top notch. Maybe I need to start using Tailwind. I've been raw dogging CSS for too long. I mean, look, they got their definitely pros and cons. I think we talked about this last time. I just like a lot of people don't like how much extra kind of just noise it adds to code, which I completely understand. But if you're using classes and like a class set that you use a lot for like say a card or whatever, you can also just kind of create custom classes and just use one class name for a lot of that. So that's what I kind of do when I start optimizing. But in terms of just quickly prototyping, honestly, Tailwind is phenomenal because then I don't need to handle all those you know, window calculations or media queries or anything. All I have to do is literally this. So get the actual height, you just add this calculation, you do 100 of the actual view height, and then you can just do whatever you want to it. So basically, if I was going to go full screen, I would just literally just type H um, hyphen screen, and that automatically does all the calculations to get your full height of it. Or I can do 100, or I can do width screen. It also does width. So like, it just cancels a lot of that extra kind of CSS classes that I would need to do to get one instead of typing for one. That's why I love it, especially for media queries and quickly like changing things. It's pretty nice. I'll give it a shot. I'll definitely give it a shot. Victor Law, I appreciate that sub. Yeah, I'll give it a shot if I were you. I mean, you might like it, you might not, but for me, it saves so much time. It's like this is literally just calculating 100 DVH, and then it just knows. It's pretty sweet on that front. Fixed just means position fixed. I want to inset it how many to the x0. This is my z index, like border bottom. Like it's pretty intuitive once you kind of get the handle of it, I would say. Especially when you're doing a lot of prototyping and changing a lot. Like I hate having to go into my style sheet and change all those individual things. Like I could just quickly I already know what they all do. Truncate is super nice as well. Instead of having to like calculate characters and all that, it just automatically adds overflow hidden, text overflow, lippies, white space, noir. It just does 3 in 1 automatically. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. So I do want to remove this though. So let's keep this. Get another refresh. Exactly the kind of animation I want. I could probably tweak things a little bit to get it a little smoother, but not mad at that. Not mad at that at all. I'm gonna remove that though. Where am I? Button. Let's remove you. Anthony Andreas, what dashboard do you use? What do you mean? Like this? Are you talking about my app? This is all me right here. This is what I made this. If you're talking about the actual like cards and kind of getting the UI display, I use Shadcn, but the actual dashboard that's me. All right. It's not bad. Could probably change positioning a little, but I'm not gonna play with it too much. I think that's good for now. I might come in later and clean things up, but we'll see. Border stone 300, background gray 50, 20. All right, let's change this color. Gray 50 ain't gonna do it. Maybe. Kind of want to match this, so I'm gonna just do a little trick here. where's my background gray 50? All right, let me see if I can grab this color. And FB. All right, let's do that. You said Anthony, nice. Didn't know if you heard of Clipboard or anything like that. I've heard of I mean, I said Clipboard. Heard of Paperclip or anything like that. I've heard of Paperclip, but I'm honestly not truly familiar. Like I don't really know too much about it. What's it all about? Let me know. All right, so I need this. I want to match this gray to this gray if I can, but I'm using an opacity on there, so I kind of do this trick sometimes if it's just for a one-off. I'm gonna come here, set a background gray, and all these set tailwind classes. I'm just gonna add a custom one. It's not quite it. All right, it's not quite it. Let's see if I can grab that color again. Matter of fact. So it's not quite that color. Let's see if I can't tweak it. Color. It's not bad. Try that. I want to come here. Since we refresh. Cool. Need to disable scrolling when it's open. Let's do that. And then where am I? Nav. That's if I start. Background gray, text primary. Small open, return, previous body document style. Basically, this stops scrolling, and then font medium, semi bold, text large. Let's try that. Refresh. Oh. All right, so nav link, last name, flex, item centering, F3. All right, let's go. Let's go font, semi-bold, and then let's go text. Let's try large. Let's decrease this gap. Why is this not text? Button, link. None of that's mattering. There it is. Review. All right, that looks way better. All right, I think this menu is pretty much done. Come to projects, same, task, notes, clients, members, invitations, and settings. All right, this needs to be cleaned up, and then surprise, this one doesn't. Let me see. Interesting. Notes page looks fine. Projects look good. If I open this, can I scroll? No, cool. Only last thing about the menu is this active is not being respected. Go to dashboard. Um, let's add one more thing. All right, so what I do? It is active, not, but it is active state not respected. What I changed is replace mobile menu items from button as child plus now link to direct. No, okay. Remove the button, just added a nav link. Now it respects inactive. All right, so let's come back here. There's the active. Now it needs to be changed, obviously. So muted, and then let's go text foreground. Cool, and then don't love the background. And hover is going to be all right, cool. So I don't love when things are too in your face. I like keeping it subtle, so hard to tell, but these are muted that aren't active and everything that is active, and then when you hover, it's gonna go active. That's kind of how I prefer to do things. I like more subtle design with elements like this. I don't love putting a big ass like block behind it. People are pretty smart. They can figure it out. All right, active works, and then come to my, let's go to my, something's broken. Let me see. Note. My type error somewhere. It's because I changed it to null. All right, so I fixed it from null to undefined. I think that should not be a problem. And then my note card also null or undefined. And home. Just double check. Let's make sure my tests are good. All right, let those go. So I'm kind of good on tablet almost. So all this is good. My settings page is good. This works for me. It's weird why didn't that load up right? Oh, I know why. My settings page is good. My menu header is good. Animated that, and then I need to project route is good. Let's go to task. Tasks are good. Notes, I should double check there. Cool. Let's go clients. I'm going to make these tables basically into horizontally scrollable elements. It's kind of what you have to do on mobile. It's hard to do tables sometimes. It can do things like this where it pushes the viewpoint too far. And my settings. All right, that looks good. All right, cool. My test still passed, so I didn't break anything. Here, review. Now what I need to do is active projects, large, column 3, medium. This. Here comes one. All right, cool. So you have overview. Now active projects typically shows 3 max, but instead of trying to squeeze 3, since these are so important, I'll just have it take up the whole kind of space on mobile, and then these can continue to, let me touch that up. Let's go here. Medium shouldn't be, that should be large. No. It's notes. Card content is right here. So it should be large. Come back. So let's do school east. All right, cool. So notes again will be here in one column, but I need to fix that grid, that gap. So 2, 1, let's keep the same gap over here. Let's see, gap is columns, man, grid. Let's see, gap, so let's just put you grid, column 1. Let's go gap 2, that's large. That's better. And then it's a little too much in the height. So let's touch that up. Let's come here. Let's see, height is somewhere 44. So that for large. Otherwise, height, let's go like 36. Come here. That's better. Probably touch those up too. Let me see. Projects. All right, let's increase that a little bit. Top header is here. Padding bottom is 3, so let's go 2. Yeah. Gotta be. Right, let's try to decrease this gap right here. Let's figure out what's causing that. It's the card. All right, the card is a gap 6. So sometimes with Shatsiad, the cards come with their own kind of settings that you have to override. So I don't think I have a gap, so let's come here. Gap 2. All right, that looks better. So come here. Better. Okay. Let's figure out this invitations. This table is causing the issues. Let's see. Table fixed. Width 4 weeks. All right, instead of having to do all this myself, what I'm going to do is throw some agent. All right, so I should fix that. I just need it to be within this window instead of getting pushed. I think it's because I explicitly set with elements on here for whatever reason. I don't remember why. Figure this out. All right, let's figure this out. Card content, minimum width. Go maybe max screen. Not quite. Let's see. Fable, what up over on Twitch? What is a SaaS? It is a project management app for freelancers and small businesses to onboard, handle tasks, handle messaging, handle a client basically from start to finish with coworkers or teammates and with your own kind of workspaces. It handles all invitation and authentication flows. Basically, that's what it is. And what model am I using? I use just 5.3 for implementation and Opus 4.6 for my larger planning of like features and whatnot. But right now, I'm just doing my final kind of design tweaks that I need to do for especially mobile styling. That fix it. You said Opus 4.7 dropped today. Okay. I mean, I haven't actually used Opus today at all. Probably won't need to because I'm just literally just doing small things, but I'll definitely check it out as soon as possible. Have you already started using it? Okay, let's see. I think my fixed widths were causing issues, but let's see. Minimum width. Four. Yeah, it had to be fixed width is being the issue. Let's try this again. Oh, it's fine, but I think let's go here. Yeah, that's what I thought. Um, okay. You say, yeah, it's pretty good. I don't really vibe code. I more provide files and instructions so the context window is smaller and more precise. I just found coding this way gives better results than useless coding. I'm actually also working on a SaaS, biz to biz, and it's supposed to be a SaaS that lets business open a page and book appointments and manage users, appointments, and calendar going pretty well. That's what's up, man. That's dope. I like to see people out there, building, creating things, using their skills and stuff like this. How long you been building it, basically, and when you plan on kind of getting it out there? And yeah, you don't really vibe code. Yeah, I don't vibe code either. I'm very hands on with my agents. I don't kind of let it do anything without my permissions. Honestly, I always double check what it's doing, and like kind of like you, instead of using a ton of quota, I give it a very defined set of instructions and things that I need to do and context, so it doesn't have to constantly kind of go through my whole code base. But yeah, I think we're kind of on the same page there. How long you been doing development and programming stuff? All right, that fixed that. Cool. Now it shouldn't overflow anymore. Let me check. Cool. Let's check this with my skeleton loaders. Cool. Let's do. I'm going to have to do the same for my members table and my clients. I don't have kind of that same issue, but it needs to kind of do the same. Oop, that's not what I wanted. You said you're a programmer from school. I'm now 19, 5 months on the project, but I'm on the military. So going, you're on the military or you're in the military. So I'm going pretty slow. Okay. So you're a programmer for school. I'm 19. So have you started? Are you in university or are you kind of just doing this on your own? You said you're from school, so 5 months on the project, but you're in the military, so going pretty slow. Let's see if it made those other changes. Let's see. Here's my new minimum widths for my members and my clients. This is honestly, this is what I use most agents for, is all the refactoring and little adjustments that I don't have to go in there and do myself. Honestly, that's mostly what I use it for, and planning features. But if it can save me time doing all this little kind of, nitpicking, it's what it's really good at. Let's do this. Let's come to my skeleton. Is no okay. Here it is. Needs to be fixed. What else? Do I not have a skeleton? Maybe I don't. Why don't I have one there? Interesting. Fable, you said you were learning programming at school at age like 16 and made quite a lot of projects, but now I want a big project with real clients. Now I'm serving with the military. Yeah, I mean, kind of the same way. Like I first started out doing a lot of programming as when I was young, and kind of took a break, and kind of now I'm just kind of getting back to it. I did a bunch of little small apps and little small things for people, but now I'm trying to get into like full service, kind of full stack kind of development. So it's one of my, not my first one actually, but it's one of my first major ones that's from going to be from front end to back end, completely developed by me and like hosted and doing front end and back end. So yeah, I definitely see that. But I mean, you getting a jump on this early, so keep at it, man. You'll definitely be able to do this shit in your sleep in a couple years, and definitely teaches you a lot doing a big project versus little small stuff. And Fluffball official, what am I building? I am building a project management app basically for freelancers and businesses to basically onboard and take a client through the entire kind of project workflow that you need to do typically. A lot of people don't have those in place or have systems in place to manage it, and this is a all-in-one kind of solution to do that. And let's see if that fixed my Crofton Perry. Do I got a GitHub? Yeah, I do. I believe. Hold on, let me double check. I'm not gonna show mine because I got some private repositories, but I think it's github.com/iamdhunt. IAMDHUNT. It might be on my YouTube channel. I'm not sure. I need to double check, but I think that's what it is. Fable, I will go now. It's pretty late, and I hope you'll succeed in what you're doing. I wish you lots of luck, man. I appreciate that, man. Thank you for hopping in there and joining the chat, and man, good luck to you too, man. I'll have to like kind of like lock in again and lock in with you and see how it's going in a couple months, or seeing if you're up or not. I should have this one up here live pretty soon. So, man, good luck to you. No, I'm on the wrong one. Let's come here. All right, that's better. I remove the loader. Pops right back. All right, that's cleaned up. Check my clients. And had actually all right back. Cool. So I think that cleaned up all my routes for my project thing. So clients, members, stations, settings. Cool. So now last thing I really need to update my header, especially for mobile, but like for phones, but for tablet, this looks good for me. Workspace looks good. Cool. Now let's go to a project, and I know I have to do some things there as well. This is probably gonna be my biggest kind of refactoring. All right, so as you can see, doesn't quite adjust well for tablet screens. So I have not set that up. I will need to remove this sidebars, and I'll have to figure out how to. Probably won't show the notes at all or the task kind of sidebar. I don't think it's necessary because you can just navigate there from this drop down. I'll probably add a kind of multi create button that once you click it, it'll give you an option to create a task or a note. And then I'll have maybe a stacked avatar somewhere with you, or not sure, that you click and it can maybe open up a drawer where you can get full kind of details. We'll see how I kind of approach that. Marco, I just realized how much I look like Rangos. All right. I've never heard that one before. Never heard that in my life. But I'm off going to bed. Thanks for streaming. I'll be back with more Rust propaganda, man. Appreciate you for joining the stream as always, man. Go ahead and get some sleep, Ed. Keep evangelizing for Rust. Maybe one day I'll actually look into it or not. I mean, honestly, it kind of looks like a cult right now based on everything I've been hearing. So we'll see. But I appreciate you. Croft and Perry, am I using React or what am I using for front end? So I mean, technically it is React. I'm using a React framework. I'm using React Router 7 as my overall framework to manage obviously all the communications with servers and backend. But yes, it is built on basically React, just a framework. And then for front end, a lot of this kind of UI, initial UI setup was used with ShadCN, obviously kind of customized to what I want, but ShadCN is typically what I kind of go with just to get quickly prototype things and get it out. All right, so let's come to layout. I want to hide certain elements, so let's see. Crofton, do you sound like you might be a programmer or software engineer? Like, what do you do? You into software development as well? Let's do this. Let's go. So I don't need. See, sometimes this little bookmark extension be pissing me off because my bookmarks keep disappearing and I don't understand why. Yeah, I don't understand. I used to have a bunch of bookmarks in here and they're gone. Because I don't need these dialogues. Here it is. Here's my guy. Try this again. Let's just. Work. Said you're a full stack dev at State Farm. Hey, that's fire, man. How long have you been doing that? I've literally just kind of hopped into this full time over the last year to 2 years, I would say. So making that transition. So I have not actually worked at a company or anything like that. I'm kind of interested in doing that just to kind of see how the workflow of everything that they do, especially like handling major kind of projects, like I'm sure they do at companies like that. But I've not had that I wouldn't say opportunity. I just haven't taken that route yet. Let's hide. All right, so I need to basically hide this entire thing. Yeah, cool. So I'm gonna go hidden, but on large it should be block maybe. Let's try block. You said you've been an intern for 3 years, about to complete my first year as full time. Yeah, it's definitely a learning process. Damn, they had you interning for 3 years. Is that typical? Is that typical in that space? Like you got to intern for 3 years? Because that seems kind of crazy, but it's definitely a learning process. It definitely is, man. This is fucking never ending. I can tell you that. Like it's literally like never ending. I'm not mad at it. I like learning. I'm kind of like up for that kind of process, but it's definitely never ending. I like that. So I'm gonna hide the sidebars, and then I need to also adjust. So this div right here, hide you, this outlet, and then all right. So this div I'm gonna also need to hide, I believe. Yeah. So yes, maybe hopefully these bookmarks stay the same, so I don't need to keep coming back. So hidden, large blocks. Cool. Now, my actual outlet, I'm gonna need to change this to you said it's not typical, but you were able to intern with them in high school and college. Did not want to go full time tech. I'm like, I mean, that makes sense then. All right, if you were still like kind of in doing your courses in education, yeah, why not intern and kind of get that foot through the door? So that makes sense. I thought you were talking like you got out of college or university and then you had to intern for 3 years. How you liking the job so far? You do any building like apps on the side? Like you got anything that you're trying to build yourself? All right, I'm tripping again. Let's go. All right, great columns one and medium. So let's go large. Let's come back in here. All right, that looks better. So all you should see now on mobile screens is the timeline, and then you can switch in between what you need. Looks good. Let's go to notes. I'm good with notes. Go to tasks. I'm good with tasks. So let's go. For example, there's gotta be one more. Go to a better project. Let's see. All right, so it's got active tasks. Come to task. Go to view. It still all looks good. All right, cool. Go to sure filtering's fine. Yeah. Go notes. Notes look good. Come here, notes. Cool. Now let's see if I can't create a note in reference. Double check that. Come here. Say, all right, so I need to do something. Oh, I can't emulate, so I'm just gonna come here. Create some copy. Make that note. In the notes. Come here. All right, cool. So I get the reference and then the action note. Job's cool. Can't see too much on what I'm doing there. That's all. I mean, I understand. But side projects really trying to work on DevOps and building CI/CD pipelines. Okay, that's what's up. And you said you're going to watch this NBA playing game. Oh, I'll definitely be back. Good luck with those SaaS, man. Appreciate that, Doc. Appreciate you coming in and joining the chat. Waiting for the testing trial, mate. I actually already tested. I mean, I've already set it all up, so I'm not doing anything with my server, so or messing with any function. So honestly, my testing should be completely fine. Honestly, I'll do one more test, but all this is just UI stuff, and it should not be messing with my my test in any way. All right, that looks good. Cool. What I need to do is right. I don't like that button like that, so I'm gonna add quick little touch ups. Mirror back to There's the button, and then class name. All right, so class name. Let's go padding 0. Try that, and then small. Let's go. Transparent. Cool. This should fix it. All right, that's better aligned. All right, and then redesign title here. Need to add a button here. So I'm gonna need to refactor that there. Can't complete. Okay, got it. Sure my pop-ups are good. All right, last things I have for this one, I need to figure out, I need to create a button that is going to launch a probably drawer. That'll let me create a task or a note. And then need to display my client details somewhere. Let me see. Active. Might put it here. I don't know yet. All right. Check my name. Let me see. Cancel this project. Submit. All right, here it is. Space. Then let's call you title and this. Next up is the name. Let's do. I think my max allowed is 100, so let me make sure that looks good on mobile. Come here. Not that mad at it. That's smoother. I'm gonna leave it. I don't want to truncate it. I'm gonna leave it however people want. I don't think they'll ever get to 100, but or I don't know. I think where did I truncate it? Yeah. was here, I believe. Helper function. Right here. Function. Okay. Into I think I have a helper already. Let me see. Messaging server. Word auth. Right here to lib. Details. Sorry, refactor this into my utils file. And then I'm going to come back here and I'm going to go here. Okay. Limit space name and then go 50 instead, huh? All right, let's try that. And let's come here. All right, that looks better. I do want to truncate it. I'll give you good space, but leave it at 50, and I'll probably decrease that on phones even more. So I think I'm gonna have to put the avatar group here, maybe. Thinking about some choices, that's all. Okay, so let's come here. Continue. All right. So I'm gonna basically create this header, this button here, make it to its own component. Wire up this to do, place it into its own component. Use shad the ends drawer component. So basically, I'm gonna just go ahead and I kind of like drawers on mobile screens, so I'm gonna go double check drawers. Something like this, but on mobile screens. So here, let's go look at it here. Yeah. Basically, it's going to be a button that once clicked, it'll give you two options of create a task or create a note. Kind of like that. Let's try that out. And let me make sure I have, I don't know if I have a drawer. No, I don't. So I need to install that. Come here. Yeah. npx shad cn latest add drawer. Shad cn. Cool. So now if I go look for my drawer, I have it. And then all right, let's go wire up this to do. So it's gonna basically take this, make a home kind of separate component, and it's gonna wire up a button, a create button for me that is going to launch the drawer. That also lets me either launch my other dialog, which is my create or create note or create task. And then I'm gonna reuse that component because each view kind of has its own heading. So I'm gonna have to reuse it here and also here. All right. Making good project progress in terms of tablet styling. Basically, my styling for my mobile phone is going to be basically the same with some small tweaks, but I'm not going to obviously be able to go side by side for a lot of these. But in general, this is how my mobile phone view will also kind of be. These will have to be one per, obviously, but once you kind of get your tablet sizing, you kind of just reuse that for your mobile screen as well with some small tweaks. And then I will need to tweak this header, move the name, have just my avatar, and then make this maybe a little bit smaller. But other than that, like pretty close to what I need in terms of just transferring these small changes over to my mobile screen. So here's the right. This is why I didn't want to wire this up myself. I can create a component, but it also needs to have my scopes in place that I have for my normal buttons. And then it automatically wires up launching my dialogues. So let's come here. Drawer. All right. Give this a try. All right. So I come to my project. Let's see. Here it is. Don't see it. Where is it? Is project. This is not mine. This is my workspace. This is my. Should be seeing this. All right, let's do this. Create task and is not project read only. Can create note and don't create pending completion set is. Can't create task, the button. All right, should be able to see this. I don't really know why. Let me double check this. Needed, void. Great. I know I can create, so I don't understand why I'm not seeing it. Oh, I know why. I just figured that out. This setting. Okay. So large, it should be there. It is. And then let's keep this then, and then come here. Let's do some fixing. Order bottom. Let's go flex. Card headers can be a little weird in cards because cards don't always have a very set width. Sometimes they kind of break out, so I'm going to make this into a relative position. Let's see. Yeah, so you'll see what I mean. It's kind of shatsy and it's kind of, I don't know if it's a bug or not, but with their cards, sometimes when you try to do like justify betweens or with fools, it always breaks out of its container. And I don't really understand why it's kind of set like that. All right, so I'll need to fix that. Patrick Behan, what type of SaaS am I making? I am making a project management kind of app that allows, again, freelancers and clients to the ability to onboard and basically manage a client from start to finish with whatever project they might need. You can kind of create your own workspace and your own kind of workflow, and you can invite teammates and coworkers or whoever to also hop in the process. You can handle like messaging and task assignment and task completion and reviewing things and basically having everything all happen within one kind of workspace and flow instead of having to kind of jump between emails and all these different tools and handling like forwarding messages and catching up with tasks and all that. So like this just enables you to kind of get to the actual work and the flow without having to think too hard about it, because a lot of people don't have a system of how to basically manage a project and a client. So this is just a kind of solution for that. This is not what I want. Let's go here. Looks better. Now let's go. Let's maybe margin right one. Patrick, have I tried Opus 4.7? No, I heard it literally just launched, so I have not actually gotten around to trying it. I've only ever used 4.6 is to the extent of what I've used it for mostly I pretty much just use it for planning and whatnot. So I've never actually hopped over there yet. A few people ask me, is it something that you've tried so far? Like, do you see major differences? Like, I haven't been able to use it. I haven't even used Opus at all today. I've literally just been using 5.3 codecs for my implementation needs, basically. A plus. All right, let's try that. I think that looks pretty decent. Need to clean that up for sure. You said you haven't tried it out yet. You're gonna try it out tonight. I like 4.6 though, so we'll see. Yeah, I like 4.6. I haven't really had any problems with it. I haven't done anything like super crazy, obviously, but planning out features and like getting a context of my code base and giving me like a really good like implementation plan for like to then pass over to 5.3 has pretty much been my kind of workflow. So it's been really good in terms of getting like the full context of my code base and understanding the needs and certain problems. But yeah, I haven't tried it yet. So y'all out there that kept asking me, y'all have to let me know how it is. Cause I just looked at my VS Code and 4.6 already is 3 times the tokens and 4.7 right now is like 7.5 times the tokens. So it might be a while before I actually kind of use that. So we'll see. All right, so the drawer works kind of what I want. Need to increase the height, obviously, and I might actually change it to dark instead of light. What? That ain't bad. Let's see if it launches. Nope. So I need to do that. Create. It's not launching. I know. All right, couple tweaks I need to do. That should be launching my dialogues basically. Where is not open? Set open false on create note. It should be on create note on create note. Should set my pending completion. No, that's wrong. Okay, so I gotta wire that up. It should be launching my other dialog. I don't know why it did that. It should be launching. Where is it? Handle. Create note. Right here. Create set is create dialog. Open. That's what it should be doing. Handle. Create task. Set is create task dialog. Okay. So, all right, let's pass this down. All right. So basically, I picked up the wrong dialog that it should be opening. And on open, it should set this to true, which should open my create task dialog and create my create note dialog, which already were wired up. So I shouldn't need to have to rebuild anything. It did. So all right. So I passed down basically my creating my dialog is so I created these two functions here that it will launch my dialogs. Why is this saying open pending? That's wrong again. I might just do this myself. If project status does not equals completion. Where is it? Notes. Oh shoot, actually. I think I did it. I think I did do it right. I messed it up. So if it's not, so if it is pending completion, open the dialog. I know it's all right, cool. Otherwise, it says great, and it's all right. No, I did it right. I'm tripping. And I passed it down into my types. So pass down the function that it's expecting. Pass it down in my context. And then here on create task, open. All right. Refresh. Cool. actually opens my dialogues again. Clean up that visual though. From here, so size large, last name with full. Center. Drawer content should be PG 7 maybe. Try that. Try neutral. Matter of fact, what's my button color? PG Stone 800. Why does it look so different? I don't remember how you change the height of this. I don't know if it's just the typical height class or not. Let me see. Scrollable, signs, responsive. Oh. So it might just be just height. Inspect. All right, so it says height auto. All right, let me set a minimum height. Let's just try something like 200. All right, cool. I think that's good. Change this button now to default. Go text. Let's increase the padding, why don't we? Height is 10, but naturally, so let's go height is 20. It's a little bit better. Cool. a little more space in between. And let's go max width. Let's go for 350 maybe. Yep. Let's go max width. Oh, okay, 90. And what is this little button right here? It's really what I need. How do I get to that though? All right, so last little thing I need is how do I grab this specific, because it's not in the drawer, it's in the header, but it is a pseudo element, I'm pretty sure. No, it's not. Hold on. Shrink. All right, let's look at this. Let's see. Oh, as a matter of fact, I'm sure. I think I know. Ripping is here. Content. Let's go. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right. What is this button though? It's still 800. Good color for this. I don't know what I want. Let's go. actually kind of what I want. Let's go. See what they got. All right, yeah, that's exactly actually what I want. Cool. Now, quick little create button, create task, create note. Cool. I like that flow. Can be extended easily. All right, cool. I like that. Let's leave that like that. Maybe. All right, so leave that, and then I need to also do the same thing for this. Let's come here. Where am I? Okay, task. All right, okay, but I'm just gonna tell my agent to do this. Let's go. Same. Yes. Notes. All right, so it should just go ahead and do that for me. I need the same button in all of my task route and my notes route, and then also my individual note and my individual task route, only for mobile. All right, let's see this. My note, got that same thing. Notes as well. All right, task. honestly probably didn't need to do all this. I could have probably passed this function right here down from my layout, which I might tell it to do. Um, because it's just a lot of duplicate coding, which is kind of like, all right, what are we doing? It's all the same. So I'm gonna just tell it to refactor. It's just one of those things that agents sometimes do when they try to get it quickly done and as quick as possible instead of like doing it honestly the proper way. Instead of reduplicating this on every single route, you should just go to my layout and then pass these down into the prop and grab them from my use outlet context, which it did here. Which, you know, that's also I say like you kind of gotta know a little bit of coding just to know like where you can kind of make some changes like this, because otherwise it's just getting duplicate code all over the place is just stupid. Then just pass it down your outlet context, and every single route under that should just be able to access that. Right here in my use outlet context. And I don't know why. I only did it in my notes. I need to do it as well in my other ones. So yes, do the same cleanup. I will probably, after I kind of launch this, go through my code again and find where I have too much duplication going and also refactor. But I'm just gonna say that for later. But I know I can do a lot of reduction in code just from repeated code being used all over the place. Cool. Yeah, pull it from my outlet context and then pass that down to my, remove those. You should still be able to pass those down to my project mode. Cool. All right, that's good. So come here, double check. Still works. Cool. Get my notes and then get my task. From the task, should be same. Cool. Let's fix that styling on a task route. Task, projects, task. Project. Total. This one is my select trigger, filter, status, all statuses. Let's go 10 then. Let's go 12. All right, come here. All right, now it's all lined up. I still got my filtering creator on every route. Should still fire. My task, same as well. Great, cool. Great note. And then come to my notes. All right, so now I can still create from any kind of route I am within the project. Just this button. Cool. That looks good. Let's go to project. We'll create your, no, yeah, triggers create. Let's create this trigger. Let's maybe make you 6. That's better. Counter gravity, what up? TypeScript is a good choice. The madness of JavaScript's dynamic typing would have driven you mad. Honestly, yeah. I mean, I only did a few kind of just fully native JavaScript kind of apps and web development stuff. So I honestly got to TypeScript pretty quickly. I kind of just jumped straight to it because once I started using these React frameworks, they're already kind of built into it, and I literally just learned as I was going. So yeah, like, and as I've kind of like started to build more things, like TypeScript has definitely been a lifesaver in a lot of instances. So yeah, I kind of skipped that madness and just went straight to TypeScript. It took me a little bit longer to kind of like learn, but once I kind of got the flow and understanding of what it's actually doing, yeah, I can definitely see why people kind of pretty much exclusively use TypeScript now. All right, cool. So project's looking good for tablets. Create function works. Well, let's just double check it works. Go to note. Let me grab some copy. Okay, let's just assign it to somebody so I can double check this works. Okay, let's create. Cool. So created. It's just a test. Generate some more copy. Let's assign this to a member. Why not? Let's add a link. Some internal instructions. Create those. Now it's in. Pending. Come to task. Where's it? All right, task that works. The link, internal instructions, description, assigned to the person. Same for notes. Come here. Those look good. Matter of fact, while I'm here, let's double check. My notifications look fine. Yeah, agreed. JavaScript is a relic, in my opinion. Still useful, but a lot of pain comes with it. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's probably why there are so many frameworks and workarounds for it, because it was kind of a relic, and because, you know, so many people have already relied on it so much, they just kind of extended what it does. So I mean, as I've been coding more and more, I've definitely started to see why people were frustrated with it. It can definitely be a pain in the ass, but like you said, TypeScript definitely saves a lot of future headaches. So I think it was worth taking the time to like learn how to properly do that. So. All right, so my notifications look good. I don't need to change anything there. Assign user lead, added a note here, and then created a task knowing that I am that I've basically been assigned to me. All right, cool. So that works. Come back. Which project am I on? This one. You said, yeah, the way I learned why senior devs swear by statically typed languages was by having some bad encounters with JavaScript. I mean, I can definitely feel it. I can definitely see where that pain could happen. I've been fortunate because I kind of got to JavaScript later on that I've just went pretty much straight to TypeScript, and I don't really, I haven't experienced those type of pains because of what it's done, but I can definitely see where it can happen. It was a process learning TypeScript though. I'm not gonna lie. Like it was because I learned some good JavaScript, and then once I started looking at TypeScript, that shit would look like an goddamn alien language. It took me a good while to like get a full grasp, I think, of understanding like all the errors that I was throwing and why and how to fix it and how to make sure like I'm doing things the proper way. So, but now like I can code something up in TypeScript that's pretty type safe, I think. But yeah, I can definitely see where people were definitely frustrated. The one good thing about starting with the framework, oh, not even starting, but one good thing about going to the framework is I didn't really have much choice. Because if I had a choice, I probably would not have used TypeScript. I would have just went with vanilla JavaScript, which probably would have been a very bad thing. But because I went to a framework and it was already kind of baked into it, I was just like, well, why not? Let's just go ahead and learn that at the same time. All right. All right. Last thing I want to do is these little details right here. So as you can see, the button disappears as I want. That's good. I don't get them on individual routes. It's only for mobile. Dialects are still working. And if I come, then if I turn back on, I get that button. Cool. Last thing I need to figure out for this is how I want to display these two client details, which gives you a list of all their projects plus their information. Same with workspace info. I still want to allow it to be available. You said I'm dissing it a lot, but it is good for what it does best. But my issue is finding that something I wrote 2 months prior was breaking something I made that day because of absolutely. Like it's so easy, especially when you're building something that's got a ton of code and it's going to take development over a significant amount of time. Like I do it all the time. Like I forget what exactly I was making before and why and the type it needed to be and all that. So like it just catches those errors before you even running it, and like that is kind of a godsend. Like especially when you're in like continuous development, it's just like all right, like I know that I need to stay within these boundaries, and it'll scream at me if you don't. If it'll scream at you if you don't, and you know immediately like oh yeah, I'm making a mistake. So that is kind of a massive plus. I mean honestly, like I recently also just learned starting to kind of get a good grasp of testing. Like I've just started to get kind of a decent grasp on that, and that has also been pretty life changing and eye opening for me. It's my least favorite thing to do after building something, but it is a godsend in terms of like trying to figure out what's going to break and what's not. Comment a lot and write the technical notes alongside it. That's all I can say. It's tedious, but helps grow where your head was at. Then yeah, definitely. I could definitely do a better job of commenting. I would say I try to write code in a way that I feel like I can understand pretty quickly, even when I haven't touched it in a while. But commenting will definitely save me a lot of time. If not for anything, just at least let me know like what part of the page I'm on. But yeah, commenting is definitely I definitely should probably get better at. I know it's a pretty controversial topic though for some senior developers. Some people say like you shouldn't over comment or commenting too much is a problem. But I mean, I could definitely comment a little bit more. Let me I don't know how exactly I want to do this. I want to kind of make it a little sleek. You said you take everything senior devs say with a grain of salt because there are a hell of a lot of gatekeepers in the programming space. Yeah, yeah. Not all advice is good advice for sure, especially for people that are kind of just starting out. Like I love to, I mean, I'll definitely take the advice and take consideration of it, but you also got to find what works best for you. And like, you know, just because they've been doing it for so long doesn't mean like that's gonna also what's gonna work best for you. So yeah, I definitely take a lot of advice, but I do take it with a grain of salt. So I definitely understand that. I feel like, you know, especially if anything you do when you've been doing it so long, you kind of get locked into a behavior and a mindset. And I'm sure it's the same way in programming as well as anything else. All right, so here's what I think what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna add a double kind of avatar of both the workspace, the project lead, and then the client, or the workspace and the client. Then have that launch another drawer with a maybe tabbed section that allows me to see my workspace details and my client details on choice. I kind of like that approach. I just noticed I need to fix this. It's not getting my avatar. Come back here. Let's go to my projects. Need to add that to you. All right, some little tweaks that I need to do. You said you agreed. I'm sure they tell me I'm wasting my time and the time of others because I want to help bring up Intel Arc Pro software majority to the level of CUDA. A lofty goal, but someone has to try. That's how good shit gets made, man. Like just by trying and trying and trying new things, and you know, even if some people might say it's the wrong way to do things, or you shouldn't even bother trying. Sometimes just trying opens up the ability and options and just the mindset to think of other alternatives. That's just, I mean, that's why I love honestly programming coding is it is just kind of built on code trying and figuring things out and like seeing what breaks and seeing what doesn't and like seeing what works best and seeing what doesn't. Like I think that is the best way to approach things. All right, so I need to fix these dialogues, but how do I? I think I figured it out. All right. You said the dopamine hit of building something really good that doesn't explode when you just touch it a second. And absolutely, absolutely. That's why I keep doing it. It's just like being able to take something like deep in your brain somewhere and like have this idea that just germinating and like actually be able to physically kind of bring that to life and see that and build it and have a hand in everything and the way it works. Yeah, it's like second to none. Absolutely. It is definitely a drug, and it just keeps me coming back. And I just like I'm a builder. I always tell people I wouldn't consider myself a programmer or a coder necessarily. Like it is the tools that I use, but I am a builder. Like I like to build things. I'm more interested in building full systems and figuring out how ways things can work and work together and tie in and like how people can use it in user experience. So I'm definitely more of a builder, but I do enjoy the programming side too. But yeah, but keep it up. The app is already looking cool. Don't let me distract. Man, I appreciate that. Appreciate you hopping in and joining the chat, man. It'll be up live soon, hopefully. And then you know, all y'all can kind of maybe kick the tires for me and tell me what you think. All right, let's go. Okay, I know what I want. Below this, let's do this. Project title is going to be here. This is workspace. Okay, let's go here. Perfect, doesn't matter. It's gonna shift. Below this, let's go here. Let's go. Fire up an avatar group of the workspace and client. That launches a drawer with the project details. Let's do that. Said you're good at finding holes, so I'll definitely Q&A it for you. Is there a GitHub repo I can follow? You said I don't get you said I don't get caught up in titles either. That is just for resumes. Absolutely, 1000%. Like I think most people should be well-rounded. I don't consider myself front end or back end or nothing or full. I just like building shit. And if you give me an opportunity to build it, I think I can do a pretty good job. And if there's a GitHub repo I can follow, I think it's private right now. I might make it public. I haven't decided, but I might make it public. But I do have a GitHub. If you wanna, shoot me a follow on GitHub. It's github.com/imdhunt. I mean, you can send me a message. I might just let you in there, even if I keep it private and let you check it out. Let me just double check. I think it is github.com. I think it is imdhunt. Yeah, it's IAMDHUNT. That is my GitHub. I might make it public. A few people ask me. I might or might not. We'll see. I got like 5 things that are private myself. Okay. Yeah, I got a few. I don't mind coding in public. I don't know about I haven't done open source before, so it's something I might go down. We'll see. But like I said, if you shoot me a message or follow whatever, I'll probably let you in there. All right, let's wire this up. So I think I figured out how I want to display things. Can you wire this to do up? Place it in a separate component. Let's do that. They don't consider me the enemy, but I'm working more in the space of AI now, namely in trying to mitigate the obvious shortcomings that result from not being 1000% thorough in prompting it. Hey man, you ain't gotta worry about me. I'm not one of those, anti-AI people. I had the benefit of actually coming back to programming later on as AI has already kind of become more of a, I guess, set in kind of stone thing within the industry. So like I pretty much learned how to code alongside AI. The first 6 months, I would say, when I was like really kind of like get back into it and learn fully how to like build something, especially with like JavaScript and SQL and all that stuff. And back end, I didn't touch AI for like probably like the first 6 to 8 months just to kind of hammer home the fundamentals of it. But then once I started building full apps, I'm like, let's learn how to build with AI because I mean it's basically the flow nowadays. I don't really know where I would work or who I would work with that doesn't kind of require me to also be able to build alongside AI. So there's pros and cons of it, but honestly, I think if you know how to prompt appropriately and you know what you're looking at in the code base, I don't understand why you wouldn't use it. It is a huge time saver, especially when you're trying to build something like this that is just me alone. Like it's a lot of work, and I'm not trying to code every single line myself and refactor constantly and like do all these little tweaks. So I'm not an anti-AI person. I think it is a very useful tool. I just don't let it do everything. Um, you said learning syntax is important, but you can still get a lot of learning from working with AI if you're paying a lot of attention to what it writes and understand. Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, like I said, I think I did a pretty good job of learning like the core syntax, just from not using it and like learning it the old school way. But once I started using AI, it's definitely been able to show me some things that other lessons didn't, and like other ways of doing things that I was doing. So like I mean I use it as a tutor myself. Like honestly, it's been kind of a cheat code. Like to get to where I was back in the day, it would have probably taken me a few years. And it exponentially grew my kind of like learning and ability to learn because I can just had somebody I can kind of turn towards when I needed help on anything immediately. Yeah, that was kind of a cheat code. And I've never stopped learning actually. Like I still use AI now. Like I used to do it every day. Like I prompt my AI like, hey, give me some lessons, or not give me some lessons, give me some challenges for whatever thing I was trying to like figure out and learn, so I can kind of hammer home the details. So like I also use it as literally a personal tutor and teacher as well. So I'm definitely not anti AI. I think there are some absolutely fantastic things about it if you use it properly. All right, let's see what it did. So kind of like this is kind of my idea. I don't need the names. I'm gonna remove the backdrop, but let's see if I click this. Cool. Opens the drawer as well. So yeah, I think I'm close to what I want, but I'm going to tweak this. You said, yeah, it's great for that. I'm using it to finally learn C and C++. I mean, it's great. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I mean, like I said, the first language I ever learned was Ruby on Rails. It's the first kind of full app I ever built was for Ruby on Rails. And I feel like I learned a lot because I had to overcome so many things by myself, but it also took incredibly long, much longer than it would have because I had to use only resources like Stack Overflow, which could be hit or miss. Like a lot of people helped me a lot on Stack Overflow, but if I can just feed something my exact problem, it can see what my problem is and it can fully explain to me what it is and why I'm having that problem, how to avoid it within deep context. Yeah, like I'm sorry, can't beat that. Like so, I think it is a great learning tool. I don't think people understand how great of a learning tool it is. Like it does exactly what you want. Like it teaches you as much as you want, or it does as much as you want. So it doesn't have to do everything for you. It's kind of up to you. And the way I learn, I don't let anything just do everything for me, but I definitely need it. I definitely lean on it when I get kind of stuck and hit roadblocks. So I'm not stuck on that same roadblock for months or weeks at a time. I did not miss that part of learning, honestly. All right, so where am I? I'm at my trigger button outline with full width. Just go with auto full, and then let's remove these names. I don't like that name thing. And let's go large. Avatar, maybe medium. Then let's come here. Background. Let's go ghost maybe. Then let's remove the padding. Ghost. Done. All right, cool. Let's look at that. Much better. So I come here. Cool. Now let's decrease this whatever padding is causing. So I thought let's come here. gotta be the space Y that's causing it. So space Y 6, space Y 6 is good. Space Y 6. It's gotta be that. Yeah, especially if you miss a semicolon, it'll find it. Yeah, absolutely. Like the amount of syntax errors it's caught and fixed for me. Like, yeah, that alone is almost worth it. Like literally. Is that not working? Not 6. It's that's this one, I think. Yeah. Let's go maybe half that. Three. Okay. Let's go maybe. All right, I like that. Now let's go to my actual workspace project title. Cool. Maybe margin top. Go here. That's much better. Come here. Let's add a little pixel. Let's go pixel. Padding, I mean, 2. All right, that's good. That's good. That's good. You said I'm using error-free typist, but programming Rails, that is not the case. I am not. I'm definitely not. I can fat finger things all the time, and my head can get ahead of my hands for sure. But I haven't delved into the insanity of some of the keyboards, set up some dev sheets. Yeah. I was just talking about that earlier. What are they called? The Kinesis keyboards that are almost like $500 that people be using, like the split keyboards. I mean, it's impressive. It's definitely impressive. But my only thing is like nowadays, obviously, you're not necessarily generating as much code as people used to. A lot of like agents are doing that for people. So like I don't understand. Like I don't think the $500 would necessarily be worth it for me because I'm not just typing every single line like people used to do. So it's definitely impressive. I'm not. What do they say? I'm not that cracked yet, and I don't know if I ever will be. But it's. I mean, it's impressive. All right, so that works. He said, "Yes, man, it's how expensive they are as well. I'm not wealthy, so I'll stick to my yeah. I'm my Logitech mechanical MX keyboard has not failed me yet, and then I don't see it failing me anytime soon. And if it does, I'll just go get another one. Does it exactly what I need it to do. And like I said, coding is not my favorite part of. Actually, writing the code is not my favorite part of this, so I'm not like that interested in it. But yeah, almost 500 for a keyboard is kind of like not madness to me. I'd rather throw that into my hosting or my servers or something like that. Okay, let's clean this up. Let's go. On GPUs and RAM, absolutely. Like I'd actually would put it to something that is useful for me. All right, let's remove this client. Don't want you. And then let's remove this border. Let's add the project lead avatar. Let's look at this again. So workspace name, project lead. All right, so not workspace. Let's go project title. You said you're heavily into decentralizing compute. Okay. I mean, I haven't gotten to that point yet where I'm like really like touching on computers and all the actual physical hardware of things. I do at one point, hopefully we'll be able to roll my own kind of server, in-home server, to like run my like agents and things like that. Not quite there yet though. All right, let's go drawer, class name. No, for content. Um, 20. So, oh. All right, let's see. Margin top for. Let's make our header. So. All right, let's do that. Let's center everything too. And some avatars here. Underneath this header, let's put a view. So yeah, you're piecemealing an AI workstation. I got one GPU and a PSU at least. Still waiting to see if RAM comes down anymore. Yeah, I mean those prices are kind of crazy. Like honestly, like those prices are insane. I don't think it's sustainable. So I mean, I might wait a little bit and see if it comes down. I wouldn't be surprised if people cannot continue to afford that, or the demand doesn't keep up, because I do think there's a huge cliff on the horizon with a lot of this pricing and things that are coming. So stay ready. You know, you can get some shit for hella cheap. It costs too much to train models in the cloud. Never tried it, but I'm sure. I can only assume. I'm sure that should probably be adding up for sure. That's honestly why I also use agents a lot. It's because I don't think the cost of these models are going to remain the same. Like I don't see how they can viably continue to offer all of this for like $20 a month. Um, okay, can you wire up? Add and add the means avatar and he said, "Yeah, Anthropic is clearly paying a lot of people on YouTube to only talk about them. Isn't that the whole? Isn't that the whole game? Everything, all this is marketing. The hype cycle, everything. Like it's just pure marketing. That's got everybody. It's it. How else do you raise money? Like get that valuation up? Like they're trying to hype every single thing and then pay people to talk about them. Like I'm a business major, so I had kind of a focus also on marketing. So when I see stuff like that, I just shake my head because I'm like, oh yeah, there's very clearly a strong marketing campaign going on here, and it's working because people are foaming at the mouth to throw their money at it. I don't know if y'all noticed, if y'all seen recently, but the whole Allbirds going back to turning into an AI company and what 500xing its stock price overnight, like that type of shit. Just I just be like, oh, we are really fucking idiots because a company that used to make supposedly eco conscious shoes is now pivoting to AI and somehow going to be a tech company, and people are like, I'm gonna throw my money at that. Like I think it's all a mirage, quite honestly. I'm just trying to take advantage while I can, and then hopefully save up enough in the bank to take advantage of like those prices when they do collapse. You just hate marketers. I mean, I get it. I get it. But at the end of the day, it works. Shit, it works. Like I said this earlier, man. Everything is marketing. Everything is marketing. Whether you believe it or not, everything is marketing. And they have found a way to market the shit out of AI, especially to people that do not understand what it does. He said, yeah, and most of the money is just going back and forth through partnerships. Oh, what is it all? What's it called? All circular investing. Like they're literally just taking from one pocket, going from their left pocket to their right pocket. Like there's not any like massive gains actually being added. I think there's a huge bubble on the way, honestly. Like I'm just kind of waiting. There's no way that all these companies are gonna succeed and continue to be viable in the future. They're just burning through cash. There's billions of value being generated by the same $2 to $3 billion reportedly changes. Yeah, it's not even changing hands. If you really dig into it, like I do a little bit of investing, and once you really dig into it, I'm like, oh, I'm not touching half of this shit. Like how it's not, a fucking scheme, Ponzi scheme almost, or whatever you want to call it, is kind of it's pretty borderline. Like there's a lot of shady insider trading shit going on. Yeah, I wouldn't bet on a horse right now for sure. I mean, the only one that I think is truly going to survive, obviously, is Google, just because they have. I mean, even Facebook, honestly, just because they just have so much cash to just burn, and they actually have a separate revenue stream, whereas like Chat GPT has no idea how to fucking make a revenue stream and to make a revenue stream that's sustainable enough to continue to fund the massive amounts of money that they're burning. Same with, I mean, that's why they're all trying to pivot back to the same things and getting rid of all these apps. And he's trying to bet on a physical thing right now. I just think he's throwing shit at a wall, and I think he'll find out very quickly like he don't got the money or the pockets. I think people are gonna quickly kind of get tired of just throwing money at shit. And once they kind of get tired of that and like they just start looking towards, Google and all them, like I don't see how they're gonna survive, honestly. Like I don't think Google being the only player is good, but it's hard to see Google and maybe Anthropic like fully like surviving this. Everyone, you said everyone thought Yahoo would rule the internet. We see how that went. They turned down opportunity, but yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, if you want to mess around with some fun things, mess around with Gemini CLI. It's fun. Not quite there yet, but it's Google. They eventually make things work well. That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, I don't think it's the best model, and I don't think it's like the best option. I don't think they're doing the most interesting things, but also like they have the most cash to burn. Like that's just kind of what it is. Like everything that like ChatGPT, OpenAI is doing is basically on an IOU to all these companies that are footing the bill. And the moment they kind of feel like they gonna stop doing that and it's not getting returned, then I think they're kind of fucked. Add a margin top. One. Sam Altman has so many IUs outstanding, it's crazy. I think he's still indebted to Valve Software. In fact, in relation to their past partnership where they used Dota to help train early GPT. Yeah, I mean, he's cashing a lot of checks. I think I might have lost connection. Let me know if I'm back. All right, cool. Yeah, he does have a lot of IOUs. I think everything he does is just cashing IOUs. He's cashing a bunch of checks that I don't frankly think he can back up. Like it's kind of the same playbook. I think if anybody studies business and understands the kind of flow of everything, Facebook kind of broke the industry because they made a ton of promises and they had so much potential that people were just willing to throw money at them without getting a profit for decade plus. They didn't make money for a long ass time, but people kept throwing money because they were able to just get so many people on their platform and they knew that they would be able to turn that into cash. And they we quickly figured out that Facebook was not the product, but actually we were. So they were able to just get massive amounts of money in advertising and data sharing, honestly. So every company nowadays thinks that that's the kind of only route that they should take is just make all these massive promises and then just continue to burn through cash until eventually, maybe one day, they can actually make massive profits. And like, I don't think people have that type of patience these days, quite honestly. And especially with everything that's going on, like there's a lot of uncertainty out there in the world, and like that typically makes pockets a little tighter. I don't think he's going to be able to keep this play up for as long as he was hoping he was going to, because I don't think people are going to wait 10 years until OpenAI starts to become profitable until they figure out a way to make money. And I don't think what's his name, Johnny Ives' physical phone, whatever the building is going to be the answer to that. He said it was a good long play, but I don't have that kind of investing. No, absolutely, absolutely, man. If you're gonna invest in Facebook, you just had to let that shit sit for so long, especially people early on, like to get their real money back. But at least Facebook, you knew they were probably gonna make money just because so many people were using it. OpenAI, I just don't understand how they're gonna make money. Quite honestly, I don't see people spending as much money as required to as a whole, and I don't think they're doing enough corporate wise. That's why I think they're trying to go more enterprise than anything. He says where Intel's right now with their GPUs, they're looking at Red Ink for at least a few more years. Exactly, man. It's just like they get very ambitious and hungry, and this whole hype thing, everybody gets so sucked into it that they don't see what's clearly on the way, and then they're just hoping that they're not the one. All right, this looks pretty good. Do a couple. I need to grab this avatar for whatever reason. I don't know why it's not pulling it in. Um, you said that's where Intel is, but they have Linus Torvald on this side, so I'm optimistic. I heard rumors that they might be getting bought out or attempt to get bought out by Nvidia. Is that true? It's kind of crazy the turn that they've taken, like within like what the last 5 years. It's been kind of crazy to see where they are now. You said you also appreciate the UI lesson. I don't do UI ever. I don't think I asked. Like, what are you? Are you back end developer? Do you do infrastructure? Like, where do you work? You work in a company? Like, what's your hand in software development? And I would say, as a developer, I'm definitely a design first type of person. Like, if I can't really picture it in my head, it's a little bit harder for me to design. But if I can like fully picture it and imagine it in my head, I know I can get that thing to work. And then even while I'm kind of developing, I need to stop sometimes and then like fix it and make sure it looks the way I want, and then I can continue before I can continue. All right, so this is my avatar. This is top two, maybe three, four. Now let's go through. The Intel will never be bought by Nvidia. The antitrust lawsuit would be insane. I mean, yeah, you'd hope so. You'd hope so, but they also let Microsoft buy up like the whole half the game industry, and look how that's turning out. And then who else just bought out? There's a couple. Like, I just feel like antitrust has kind of been a joke over these last decades or so. Like, there's so many legitimate, probably monopolies or at least duopolies out there that I don't understand why we're allowing this continue. But right now, I'm developing AI-related tools and solutions for a company called Fast Science. I'm not interested in the sign business really, but it's a job. I mean, yeah, hey, a job is a job. It's something that I've kind of started to kind of tap into, trying to freelance a little bit more and kind of build that side of things. Hopefully, that I can like build my own kind of work on my own when I want to and with who I want to. That would be definitely be the ultimate goal. And not having to work for a company, even though I low key am a little interested in working for a company. But like I said, a job is a job, so that's fine. Nvidia already was getting hit with antitrust, just sucking up other small companies before. I mean, I hope so. I hope so. I just feel like the current climate we're in right now, like I feel like you can pretty much do whatever you want. Like, there's so much corruption and shady business going on that uh you said Microsoft took the teeth out of antitrust enforcement. But I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did. A lot of people's pockets started getting lined, and all of a sudden companies kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and that's not good for anybody, quite honestly. You just get shittier products. Just look at Microsoft. The bigger they got, the shittier their products got. It's definitely unfortunate. Ticketmaster, literally, Ticketmaster just finally, Ticketmaster just got hit with the antitrust thanks to a jury, honestly. Because if it was up to just politicians, that there's no way they would have broke or even attempted to break them up.